morning, Darts fans, and welcome to another week here at the Online Darts Live League. I am the Asset, Paul Nicholson, and I will be your host and your commentator for the next 6 days. 6 days of action we do have for you in week 4 of Stage 1. And in the previous 3 weeks, we've had 3 people already qualify for the Champions Week, which will take place in the middle part of October. But over the next few days, we will have Group A on Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday. One person from that group will automatically qualify for Saturday night, where you can, again, qualify for that Champions Week. But the people who do not make it through Group A do have a second chance. Spots number 2 and 3 will go forward to Thursday and Friday night, and they will play in Group B with some other players who will come a little bit later in the week. I'll mention those in our coverage a little bit later on this morning. As for the bottom 3, they will go through to Group C, which will be in this time slot on Thursday and Friday, and it all culminates on Saturday night with one person qualifying for the Champions Week, with 5 players going by the wayside. But as far as today is concerned, we have 2 players who have won a phase this year in our previous format. One of them has won a Champion of Champions as well in Jim McEwen. But everybody playing today has at least made one appearance on a Saturday night before. So the potential is there. It's now down to these 6 players to see who will win Group A over the next 3 days. So without further ado, let's get down to the board to see how today begins. We are going to start with Chris Gilliland of Northern Ireland, sporting a very fetching shade of light grey with black today, up against this 35-year-old from Daventry. Matt Edgar has been here for 74 previous games and has had some success here, playing some very good stuff. But I don't think we've seen the best of him yet. Sporting his multicoloured shirt, which epitomises his YouTube channel, Edgar TV. And this group is going to be very interesting to call. Chatting to some of our backroom staff this morning.
First leg, it's Matthew to throw first. Game on.
None of us could categorically say that someone was the favourite. A big welcome to all of our viewers this morning on Sporty Stuff TV.
100.
The home of the Online Darts Live League. Well, like I said, Edgar is back. This is his 75th game in his Live League career.
121.
He's won 41 already for a decent win percentage of just a shade over 55%.
60.
Now, we've been in this studio now for over 18 months. And when looking at stats, I'm of the thought process now that if your win percentage
100
is close, if not over 60%, you are an elite talent when playing in this room.
60.
But if it's over 50%, you're doing damage. They play a lot of games on this hockey. Very few players find themselves
81.
winning more than 60% of their matches.
60.
The man I like to call Gilly, because Gilliland sometimes is somewhat difficult to say the further we go into the week. It's a bit of a tongue twister.
99.
So we'll just call him Gilly. He's making a pretty good assault here on the Edgar throw in leg 1.
97. Chris should require 100.
60 for tops to take the first leg. That 60 looks in for double 10.
Game shot on the first
And
leg.
the double 10 was in
Chris
as well.
Gilliland.
He didn't get the 60 tops for that conversion in 2 darts, but he did get 100 in 3 for a first leg break of throw.
Second leg, it's Chris to throw first.
He's got very good poise, has Gilliland. He doesn't throw until he's in prime position. Has a calibration of that right hand for
100.
about half a second. Gets it into that position that we call the sweet spot. And then he lets his arm take over.
60.
As far as personal bests are concerned, this group is eye-catching. Gilliland himself, 109.81, his personal best. And that's not
100.
the best that we've seen from any of these players. In fact, the best has been from Josh Payne, who you will see in match number 2 against Matt Dennant. And then an all-Scottish clash in match 3 between Gary Stone and Jim McEwen.
180.
What a start this is from Gilly.
96. Chris should require 81.
Already got his first ton plus checkout. Got his first maximum. Might have his first 11 darter of the week.
69.
No dramas. With Edgar only at the halfway point in leg 2.
100. Chris should require 12.
I think you could classify this performance so far from Gilly as getting out of the blocks very well, averaging 107 for the first 2 legs of this contest. And if he can replicate that, it looks like he might get a 4-0 victory.
Third leg, it's Matthew to throw first. Game on.
There's still a long way to go.
97.
But you look at some of these players today, and they aren't going to hang around. Dennant is quick. Stone is quick. Payne, pretty much the same sort of rhythm and pace as Gilliland.
140.
And you'd say Jim McEwen is the slowest of the group.
140.
But what he lacks in pace, he makes up for in quality. This is Gilly's 126th
50.
game here at the Live League. A mixture of games from last year and this year.
58.
His win percentage is 58.4%. So again, he's nudging that 60% mark, which puts him in a pretty elite category.
140.
His running average in all of those 125 games he's played is 1/100th of a point under 90 points.
96.
That's a very good standard. I think he's going to take some beating in this group.
97. Matthew require 110.
I think Edgar knows it already.
58. Christian requires 74.
If he wants to keep his average at 107, he needs to take this in 2. It's not going to happen. But 74 could.
Game shot on the
And
third
74
leg.
does happen.
Chris Gilliland.
This is really sharp on the outer ring from Gilly. 60%.
Fourth leg, it's Chris to throw first.
It's not visit perfect, but it's very close to that. 3 hits from 5.
140.
And he's looking pretty good. Now these players know, because we have no debutants
97.
in Group A. In fact, we don't have any debutants at all this week. Just returning players, but as far as Group B and C are concerned, I'll let you know who's coming later in the week in the next match. Because this one could be over in a matter of 6 darts.
60.
If Gilly's got anything to do with it. And because we have players who aren't debutants, players who have had success
57.
here, who have got the experience of making it through groups like this. Not that I'm putting extra
96.
pressure on them, but we expect. There will be ton plus averages this week. There will be ton plus finishes.
100.
Will we get another 9 darter this week like we got from Danny Van Tripe last week? The sheer shock on his face when he hit that first 9-darter of his career
95.
was
Chris should require
rather infectious.
104.
But winning legs has been incredibly infectious so far for Gilly. Double 18 for the ideal start.
68. Matthew require 153.
Edgar's averaged 85 in this game.
100.
That's not
Chris
terrible.
require 36.
What Gilly's been doing has been much better. Double 9. First time he's
28.
made a genuine
Matthew
mistake
require
in this
53.
match. Double top.
Game shot on the fourth
And that's
leg.
good from Edgar.
Matthew
Just keeps
Edgar.
himself in with a shout. He's a real terrier, is Matthew Edgar. And he'll think that maybe there's an opportunity of turning this around.
Fifth leg, it's Matthew to throw first.
3 match darts missed by Gilly.
60.
And I call him Gilly with all affection. I don't even know if he knows I call him
100.
that. But one of the greatest wicket keepers of all time was nicknamed Gilly.
60.
Adam Gilchrist of Australia, of course. Fine batsman, as well as being the man behind the stumps. So having the same nickname as him is not a bad thing at all.
140.
And I'm going to try and continue the trend from last week. I know that my colleague and friend Chris Murphy was
85.
putting in a bit of trivia throughout the course of the week. So I may throw a little bit of a trivia question your way at times. But I'm not going to give you too long to think about the answer because I am aware of search engines and their power
83.
to give you the answers. So we may have to give you questions that you don't have access to.
25.
The answers, that's for sure. Many, many times in this format of best of 7 legs, of which all matches will go
44.
to best of 7 legs. We've seen people turn matches around from 3-0 down. They've had
46.
somewhat catastrophic effects on
134.
people's chances in groups. Chris does not want to be worrying about that.
94.
And yet again he scores well to give himself more chances of winning the contest. And if the contest is over,
137.
Edgar has to
Chris
fix his
require
scoring
40.
when he comes back in match number 5. Double 10.
20.
Well, that's now
Matthew
6
require 88.
match starts missed. And Edgar could be in again. Bullseye.
63.
You sense that
Chris
maybe
require 20.
it's time for this game to end.
Game, shot,
And
the
unlucky match
Chris
start number
Gilliland.
8. Gilly gets across the line. That was a bit of a shaky end to that one. It could well have been an average well in excess of 100 had he not missed those match shots. But he'll take the points, of which he's got 2, and he's got a pretty good buffer on the leg count as well at 3 legs in his first game. So we're going to see Matt Dennant in our next game. They call him the Scholar. He checks in for Live League School next. Welcome back. It's time for match number 2 of our Group A action here in Week 4. And 2 players who have had very good times of it here in the Live League this year. Matt Dennant now taking on Josh Payne, arguably the best player in the Live League this year. I say arguably before everybody tweets me and says, come on now, maybe Jim McEwen's a little bit better. But they're going to play each other a little bit later, which may settle that argument just for today. But the 31-year-old from Walsall, the scholar, is back, and he can't be underestimated with that solid technique. But up against the 28-year-old from Kent, nicknamed the Maximum, using a 23-gram Red Dragon dart.
It's Matt to throw first. Game on.
We are talking about a Josh Payne that this year has lost his tour card, but has come to the Live League and found lots of success.
100.
And the ability to re-establish a very confident mindset.
134.
Before anybody gets a blistering start the way that Chris Gilliland did.
180.
As Matt proves that point, as he gets his first 180 in his second visit to the match. Josh, 120 games he's played here
93.
This year. He has the highest running average of any player in this group in their Live League career. Over 91.5.
97.
For 120 matches. That can't be ignored. He's got the highest personal best individual game at 113.49.
You require 124.
And he has statistically got the best likelihood of 180s going to be hit.
108.
But it's Dennant who has the better start here in leg 1. And this, well, could be the
59.
rivalry in this group.
Matt, you require 16.
So much quality.
No score. Josh, you require 120.
No take there for Dennant on double 8. 4 misses on that segment. And Payne can't get the tops.
60. Matt, you require 16.
He's had plenty of practice on this double already. Double 2.
12. Josh,
you hope for Matt's sake that this is not going to have some sort of derogatory effect on the rest of his game.
Game
because
it's
Payne who nicks it.
Josh Payne.
And that is a break of throw in 6 visits in this opening leg. And you hope for Matt's sake that he can forget about those misses at double 8, double 4 and double 2.
Second leg, it's Josh to throw
that's
first.
a leg he should not have lost. Josh has won exactly 60% of his games when he's been here. And strangely enough, of all 99. Of these players in their Live League careers in Group A, it's Matt Dennant who's got the lowest win percentage of 53%.
97.
Let me just re-emphasize that. That's the lowest.
$81.
What that does emphasize is just how quality filled this group is. And only one of them can win it on Wednesday lunchtime.
100. 100.
One of the good things about having a somewhat sketchy start on the doubles like Matt has had is that he has got plenty of time to recover. Especially now that Group A is back to 3 days.
80.
Whereas most of this season, it has been 2.
$140. Josh, you require
now, Josh,
90.
Matt has tapped you on the shoulder. Double 15. Josh's
82.
turn. And he almost
Matt,
bust the score there.
81.
single 16 and he would have been back at 90.
41.
And Dennant this
Josh,
time
you
can't get to the
require
outer
8.
ring.
Game shot on the
And the
second
outer ring is
leg.
found by
Josh
JP
Payne.
for a 2-0 lead. So everything seems to be going his way in this match so far. Can he do what Gilliland did from match 1 by taking the 2-0 lead himself as well?
Third leg, it's Matt to throw first. Game on.
At this point, Gilly was averaging 107. Josh, 91 is good enough.
140.
Just want to say a big hello to all of our friends in
96.
Australia today. We've always got a lot of regular viewers in Oz who are being treated not only to some live league action right now, but they've got World Series
39.
darts there at the moment. And some of our staff here from the live league are also on their way to Wollongong for the event this weekend. So a big hello to everybody.
137.
And one thing I've been reminded of
140.
from years gone by, and I don't say that lightly, is that around 9 years ago, these two players were part of
128.
a system called the Youth Tour, which is now called the Development Tour. If you look at some of the names from 2013 on the Dev Tour,
150. Josh should require
it'll make your eyes spin.
140.
These guys were part of something back in 2013.
40. Matt, you require
That's all forgotten
32.
now. It's all part of the memory bank. Matt Dennant does not want to look at double 8, but he has to.
24.
That's
Josh,
now
you
10
require
shots at a
100.
double, and he's missed them all. And Payne's not going to nick it
36.
in 5 visits at least.
Matt, you require 8.
Matt can't allow him a 6th.
No score.
He's going to think he's cursed,
Josh, you requires
because that's now 13. Unlucky for some. Double top.
Game shot on the third leg.
And I assure
Josh
you,
Payne.
as a dart player, that when you're having the kind of match that Matt Dennant is having right now, where he can't buy a double, there's nothing worse than seeing your opponent hitting almost
Fourth
all
leg,
of
it's
his.
Josh to throw first. Game on.
Josh has hit 3 from 4, and Dennant's missed every single shot out of 13 attempts.
180.
Sometimes the ability to forget what has happened before is one of the strongest things you can have in sport. Because right now, Matt Dennant is feeling like Manchester United, and Josh Payne is feeling like Brentford.
60. $57.
Needs to be big, this one, from Matt.
180.
And it doesn't come any bigger than that.
Josh should require 164.
But Josh can finish the match on this one. Or should I say, could have.
$95.
That's worked
Matt,
out
you
pretty
require
well.
121.
It would be somewhat ironic if Dennant was to find the bullseye.
57. Josh should require 69.
First match point. Does he only need the one dart?
Game, shot,
There's your answer.
and the match.
Perfectly
Josh
done
Payne.
from Josh Payne, who after his first game has a faultless 4-0 victory. 91.09. It looked effortless, didn't it? You can tell there was definitely gas in the tank, but for Dennant, you don't need me to tell you where things went wrong. He did have 2 180s to Josh's 1, but no hits on double from 13. That can't continue, so he has a bit more work to do. We have an all-Scottish clash coming up for you in match number 3, with Jim McEwen about to take on Gary Stone. As to where the 2 points go in this one, you'll have to find out after the break. Two Scottish characters will grace the Oki now to give you their best. And no, this is not an episode of Still Game coming up. This is Gary Stone up against Jim McEwen. Two great personalities and two fantastic talents. Check out that shirt. I just love Scottish Dart shirts, don't you? Because they're just so attractive and so patriotic. Nothing wrong with that, as the 41-year-old Stone is back. He made some real waves the last time he was here at the Online Darts Live League. But Jim McEwen this year has been fantastic.
First leg, it's Gary to throw first. Game on.
The back of that shirt is just as good as the front. Let's hope this game of darts is as good as the darts shirtery of both players. Bravo, guys, bravo. But we are talking about two players here who, when they're on this hockey, they feel really good about their chances. Because they both have win percentages over 60%, that magical number. Jim's got a bit more experience. He started playing here just before Gary did. But they both have an enormous level of ability. Now, we're going to have our first trivia question of the day as we get our first 180 of this match. I'm going to give you until the end of leg 2 as we get our second 180. Every time I mention a number, they seem to back it up with something. The question is, how many of the players in Group A have won a Group A campaign in their Live League career? You've got until the end of the next leg to tweet us at Darts Live League and myself at the Asset 180 to give us the answer.
97.
Very strong start from Stone. He has the darts in this fixture and will have the darts
100
against Matthew Edgar.
Gary required 24.
But in his other 3 games today, he will not have the darts.
Game shot on the first leg.
What he has
Gary
got
Stone
is a 13-dart start. Now, you may think, surely he can't keep that going. I assure you, he can.
Second leg, it's Jim to throw first. Game on.
Jim's Live League career has spanned 122 games.
100.
Winning over 62% of them. With a running average very close to 90. A personal best in excess of 109.
70.
Pretty much the only thing he hasn't done is find a 170 checkout. You look through all of his game stats and everything is elite level over the last year and a bit.
97.
As for Gary though, 83 matches
60.
completed, 51 wins. His win percentage just a shade under 62%, but his running average is close to 91. And that makes this game very hard to judge.
100.
But when I said at the end of leg 1 that Gary Stone can indeed keep that level going,
57.
I'm referring to his personal best performance here, which has made it into a YouTube video. 112.2. If you want to check out that performance from
100.
Gary, just go to YouTube and type in Gary Stone Live League performance, and I assure you, you will find it. It was remarkable.
100. Jim, you require 104.
Lots of options on 104. Double 12.
Game
sees
shot
the
on
end of leg 2
leg. Jim
in 15
McEwen.
darts. A fabulous, fabulous ton plus checkout. A little bit of a traditional route there for Jim. But as long as they work,
Third leg, it's Gary
and
to
you
throw
get the leg,
first. Game on.
who cares? 2 legs completed then. And our first trivia question of how many of the players in Group A this week have won a Group A before? Now, let us turn our attention to social media. I've only got the one answer on my feed, coming from Alan Harrop.
140.
He seems to think that just the one in Josh Payne have won a Group A before.
140.
I'm reliably informed, Alan, that everybody in this group has won a Group A before, so all 6 of them. Now, if that doesn't entice you for the next couple of days, I don't know what will.
80.
Like I said, only one person can win this group.
95.
And if you don't, you will play in either Group B or C later in the week on Thursday and Friday. I will reveal the names for those 2 groups that will be joined by players from this group on Thursday and Friday. But first, let us see the conclusion of leg 3.
134.
And it might not be far
Jimmy
away.
required 101.
This game really living up to the billing. That is a great find. And so is that.
Jim McEwen.
Resilient play there from Jim McEwen. A second consecutive ton plus checkout. 104 followed by that 101. And it just goes to show
Fourth leg, it's Jim to
that
throw
even
first.
when you miss the treble or a big single on that kind of shot, all is not lost if you still believe in your next 2 darts.
$97.
Now, we are talking about a player in Chucky that a lot of people are tipping to either get a tour card next season, maybe win the WDF World Championship,
134.
or maybe even the World Senior Championship next February. This guy's got an incredible amount of ability. He's been doing it for years.
140.
The players that you will see on Thursday and Friday then. In Group C, which will be the bottom 3 players from this group.
60.
It doesn't really matter who those 3 people are because it's going to be quality filled. They'll be joined by Aaron Beanie, the prison officer from the southeast of England. Carl Hamilton will come to us from the northeast of England. And Gary Blades will also be part of Group
66.
C. Fabulous player. A familiar look to Group B this week. We've got Dan Reed, who still holds the average record for a game this year.
100.
In excess of 117. Daryl Pilgrim, fresh off a local tournament win at the weekend. And Rob Collins will be here for another crack. And Group B will get positions 2 and 3 from
58.
this table. That's going to be some watching come Thursday and Friday night.
$95. Jim, you require 140.
You feel that this game has already turned once because of leg 3. Is it going to change again?
100.
Over to you, Gary.
Require 112. $92.
Not quite. A very
Jimmy
fine try.
require 40.
And McEwen has not missed a double yet. Didn't miss by much.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Doesn't miss at all with that one. McEwen's average is in excess of 103 in this game. You already know that his doubles are pretty good. This guy is an elite talent.
5th leg, it's Gary to throw first.
There's the proof.
40.
Stone came out of the blocks with that first leg 13 darter. And since then, he hasn't done a great deal wrong. He's missed a couple of doubles. That's it.
96.
Now, I love Gary Stone. I've been knocking around him for years. I think he's a great player. But he knows
140.
that even with all of his talent, he does have weaknesses. And those weaknesses usually are the fact that he sees the negative side of things before the positive.
135.
I assure you, if he was to fix that, then everybody on Planet Darts would have to take notice.
140.
And whenever somebody talks about him in Scotland, they don't just call him Gary. They don't just call him Stoney or anything like that. He's always referred to by his full name. Everybody full names him all the time.
180.
But that's a full boat. A third 180 in this game from McEwen.
45. Jim, you require 90.
He filled the boat in the previous visit. He can fill his cup. If he finds 72 more, 2 points are only a dart away.
54.
Not far off.
Gary, you require 136.
And Gary Stone's second game is against Josh Payne. So it doesn't get any easier in this group.
82. Jim,
This
you
could
require
be the end of this one.
36.
Double 9.
27.
Mistakes. Ah.
Gary, you require 54.
We didn't expect those. The darts had already been put away. But they're back.
Game shot
And they're
the fifth
in.
leg. Gary
Oh,
Stone.
now. I did say that Gary sometimes sees the negative instead of the positive. The darts were put away. And now they're very much back in the
Sixth leg,
fight.
it's Jim to throw first. Game on. $140.
Are we going to get more perfection this week? Are we going to get a 9 darter? Is somebody going to break the 120 barrier?
123.
With the amount of quality on show this week, I have a feeling that one of those two things is going to happen. Conditions this week are going to be more playable than last week. Last week was so hot.
45.
The heat from outside, from the heat wave, was permeating this hockey. And all of the players last week deserve a lot of credit for handling it really well.
100.
The temperature will drop dramatically over the next 24 hours. It's still quite warm here. But our staff at the Live League have done an amazing job in keeping this hockey cool, so these players don't have to feel too uncomfortable.
97.
And I think the conditions this week are going to be perfect for great play.
140.
It's quite remarkable to me that we've only had 4 180s in this game. It feels like we've had more than that.
$139.
Now, Gary, can you keep
138.
this match alive? He's going to need more mistakes from McEwen.
$90.
Decent approach.
Jim, you require 80.
McEwen's already missed 4 match darts. 3 at double 18, 1 at double 9. 1 at double 10.
$60.
Make that 2.
Gary, you require 48.
Game is very much alive.
28.
He's had his chance.
Jim, you require
And he would
20.
have had the darts in the last leg as well.
Game,
And now he
shot,
doesn't get that
and the
chance.
match. Jim McEwen.
So, I just wonder if Gary Stone would have felt better about that defeat had he lost 4 legs to 1, because he did have a chance of taking us all the way to leg 7. Encapsulating contest. 100.59 for McEwen, but you know, because he's only got 4 shots hit from 11, that there is so much more to give from him, and there's much more to come from Gary Stone as well. But just like that, that's round 1 of our matches completed. We'll take a short break, and when we come back, we will start round 2 here, live on Sporty Stuff TV. Round 1 of our matches is completed now, so let's go down to the hockey for round number 2, and it's game 2 for Matthew Dennant and Chris Gilliland, who has the darts in this match. I mentioned that because our first 3 games of the day have all gone against the throw, and none of the games have gone all the way. Now, if you're Gilliland right now with the darts, you're hoping that that trend does not continue. The only way to find out is to remain in your seat as we continue our Monday morning action here at the Live League. Now, wherever you are tuning in from, please don't hesitate to get in touch and let us know where you're tuning in from.
First. Game on.
Always nice to hear from you lovely folk. But we have to start this game with a statistic that Matt Dennant doesn't really want me to tell you.
140.
He missed 13 shots at double against Josh Payne. Averaged 89.9.
81.
Now imagine if he had found one of the 7 doubles that he'd missed in the first leg of that contest. I'm sure that was going to be a very different game.
137.
But I did mention at that point that if he didn't take that double out soon,
134.
it may have a derogatory effect on the rest of his game, if not his day. It affected the game. As to how it affects his day, we can only wait and see.
100.
But what I can tell you is that no hits from 13 is the third highest amount of missed darts at double, with none hit in the match.
Christian required 100.
The record belongs to Rob Collins, who missed 18 against Jared Cole in June 2021. Not the kind of record you want to hold. I'm sure I'm going to get it in the neck from Rob later in the week
60.
when he comes into Group B, for me mentioning that. But Les Wallace, he's the other one. 14 misses with no hits in the match against Fallon Sherrick last March.
140. Christian requires 64.
Pick your double, Chris. And the double is tops.
44.
I wouldn't be
Matt,
surprised to see Matt go
46.
for 6 and tops here, but he's going to persevere on the double 16 corner of the board after a little juggle. Don't try that at home.
Game shot.
And he's found double 8.
Matt Dennant.
There you go. He finds double 8 in the first leg of the contest against the darts, and you can see from his gesticulation just how ironic that will feel.
Second leg, it's Matt to throw first. Game on.
Because it was that double that cost him more than any other in his first match against Josh Payne.
134. $44.
Just another record that Matt holds.
49.
Well, he doesn't hold the record that we just talked about. He's number 3 on that list. But one that he currently co-owns with Robert Owen is he's the player
60.
who has been 2-0 up and lost a match more than anybody.
140.
And that is 14 occasions. It's not the kind of mindset you want to have. He's probably oblivious to that.
81.
But some players who are rather smart in the head department, they will
60.
remember things like that. And one thing Matt can do is average high. 105.79 is his personal best performance.
80. Matt, you require 118.
He loves some of that right now. That's a single 20.
58.
All is good in the world as long as he takes that 60 points to take a 2-0 lead.
100. Matt, you require 60.
Single 20 for tops. He's not been in this department so far today.
Game shot on the second leg.
Maybe he should have
Matt
been.
Dennant.
Because that was about as flawless as it comes for a 60 checkout. But now he's 2-0 up. Remember what I said about 2-0 up though.
Third leg, it's Chris to throw first.
So with that stat in mind, losing 14 times after
59.
being 2-0 up. If he loses this game from here, he will single-handedly own that record of losing the most times when 2-0 up. But we don't want that for you, Matt.
140.
Now, I don't say this about every player. I get on with most of them. I don't actually know all of them. But I do know Matt, and I know how lovely he is. He is a very amiable, friendly lad.
140.
And I do not know any player out there who dislikes this lad because he's smart, he's articulate, he's talented.
58.
One of my favourite players outside of the PDC to watch because technically he's incredible. Flawless technique.
132.
Not that Gilly isn't, but he does have a somewhat unconventional tactic when it comes to approaching the Yoki. His stance is
59.
so narrow.
Christian required 170.
His feet are almost touching each other. You've got to have really good balance to throw the way he does. And he's doing it side on as well. You can see that right foot is touching the Yoki side on. Oh, well-timed maximum. The first of the game.
Christian requires 74.
That could change this leg. Tops this time for Gilly.
54.
Not there.
Matthew requires 64.
So for a 3-0 lead, Dennant needs double 16.
48. Christian requires
Hasn't
20.
hit that one yet.
Game shot the third leg.
But
Chris
Gilly's hit that
Gilliland.
one. You call him the Ginger Ninja. He is one of 2 Ginger Ninjas that we've seen on this hockey in the last 18 months. He's the second one.
Fourth leg, it's Matt to throw first. Game on.
The other one being Matt Campbell, of course, who won the last phase of 2021 before he went to the World Championship.
44.
After winning the European Challenge Tour last year. Ordinarily, I would say that you can't have 2 players with the same nickname, but it happens so often these days.
95.
I'm not even going to get into that. But there's only one scholar. So let's turn things around, shall we, statistically. We've talked about Matt being 2-0 up and losing quite a bunch of times.
60.
Chris has been 2-0 down 20 times in his 126 matches here at the Live League. Yes, 20 times he's been 2-0 down. And he's only won 3 times. So they're both trying to buck trends in this game.
60. 99.
This time it should be Dennant first to the double.
58. Matt, you
This
require
has been
78.
an effortless fourth leg from Matt, leaving 78 after 4 visits. And an effortless 78 checkout to give himself a 3-1 lead. That's more like it. And he does have ground to make up at this early stage of Group A.
Fifth leg, it's Chris to throw first.
If you are going to lose 4-0, you're better off doing it in match 1. Which is exactly what happened to Dennant against Josh Payne. But he could recover some of that damage. Could he break the throw here?
100.
As you can see, both players utilising different ways of getting the dart to land in the board. Gilly with that somewhat old-school Taylor-esque overstacking method.
59.
Landing the dart very flat. Dennant quite upright.
95.
But his ability to nestle darts closely together is arguably his best quality as a player.
58.
And now we can say that Gilliland is in trouble because he's lost his darts. Not literally.
59.
I had to get that in there because the word literally is overused so much in the world these days. It drives me out of my mind.
85.
I'll be really interested to see what Chris does from 199 as to where he goes first.
43.
Especially now that he has got the darts back.
99.
This leg is far from over. Dennant was dreaming of a second maximum there to leave double 12.
100.
And has to settle
Chris
for a ton.
require 100.
Chris has already taken this finish today, and he took it in 3 in his first match.
60.
Not this time.
Matt, you require 104.
16's department. Somewhat unfortunate not to snag that 48 bed there.
80.
Gets it eventually.
Chris require 40.
Double 10 again.
Game shot
Yeah,
on the
well
fifth
found.
leg. Chris
21
Gilliland.
darts is enough to take that 5th leg, and it's enough to keep him in this match. And double 10 has been his saviour so far.
6th leg, it's Matt to throw first. Game on.
One thing I have been made aware of is that Chris, in flying over here to Live League Darts,
57.
had his flight cancelled yesterday. So he had to scramble to get here. A more stressful experience than it should have been, but welcome to 2022, everybody. Getting from A to
60.
B has probably never been so difficult in the last 20 or 30 years.
55.
Whatever your challenges in life, the Live League here never fails. You've always got your darting entertainment to look forward
100.
to come Monday morning. And we'll be here all the way through to the early hours of Sunday to see who joins the likes of Rob Owen, Chaz Barstow, and now Graham Hall in the Champions Week in October, because Graham Hall, what a fabulous result for him on Saturday night, beating the young superstar Jan van Veen from the Netherlands.
100. 85. 100. Matt, you require 124.
For the match.
92. Chris, you require
Doesn't get the take,
141.
but does get the next best thing. This would be some save. Just held your breath for a second, didn't you, Matt?
109.
But now
Matt,
you've
you
got to put
require
something
32.
right. Double 16.
Game,
And he
shot,
does put it
and
right.
the match.
In
Matt
fact,
Dennant.
in that game, he put a lot right. He found double 8, he found double 16, he found a lot more doubles. In fact, he had a lot less chances. He had 6 less chances in that game, but did find the 4 doubles that he required with a 92.69 average. And for the 4th consecutive game, the person throwing second has won the match. We are into game number 5 coming up, and that's going to be Jim McEwen against Matthew Edgar. Edgar knows he's up against it because McEwen got a great start. That's coming up after this. Match number 5. Welcome back, everybody. I hope you've been enjoying our action already today. 4 matches down and 4 matches won against the Darts. So, if that's to continue, we're looking for a Matthew Edgar win here against Jim McEwen. Problem is that the 55-year-old from Scotland is playing rather well at the minute, and Edgar did not get off to the best start, losing to Chris Gilliland in match 1 with an average just shy of 81. And we know that the chairman of Edgar TV will be looking to do something a bit more prime time now. Get it? Prime time. That's his darts nickname. Anyway, moving on. Just nice to see Matt Edgar wearing a shirt that doesn't look like a toothpaste brand. We'll get into that a little bit later.
First leg, it's Jim to throw first. Game on.
Jim with the darts here. in his second game in 3, because he took part in game number 3 against Gary Stone, where he averaged in excess of 100. He's searching for
84.
his 14th game in a row here at the Live League where he's hit at least one maximum.
100.
Now, I'm sure there's a lot of darts fans out there who would say, come on, they're playing best of 7 legs. They should get at least one maximum every match they play. Sometimes it doesn't work that way.
120.
And he was going to get his 15th game in a row with a 180, but he was cruelly denied by what we call a Robin Hood shot.
55.
You don't get 180s in every game you play. It's as simple as that. But as dart players, we get infuriated when you get lots of 180s and don't win the match.
96.
We've all got tales of doing that. Edgar does not hang around.
92.
He's always been a quick player. He has evolved as a player over the last 4 or 5 seasons. He used to get his darts to land quite upright, and then he started getting them to land flat. And more recently, he's gone to a kite-shaped flight, and he's getting them to land, I would say, very similarly to Johnny Clayton.
100.
Where the overstacking method is more fruitful than stacking them underneath, which is something that Jim does a lot more. You know that McEwen likes tops.
Game shot.
And he likes it even more now.
Jim McEwen.
What a great shot that was to compound the pain of Edgar so far, who has still only won 1 leg today.
Second leg, it's Matthew to throw first.
Just for all you statos out there,
100.
13% of all matches here at the Live League have resulted in no maximums. I know that's a very mindless statistic, but there are people out there who will find that incredibly interesting.
45.
And one of those people is me, because I am a bit of a stats person. I do like to delve into the numbers. But it's a tricky balancing act these days for Matthew Edgar. He plays Challenge Tour, he plays Live League.
125.
He plays a bit of ADC as well. The amateur darts circuit. We've seen some of the best hitters in ADC darts over the last few weeks, the likes of Adam Atkinson and Tony Newell. But to balance his YouTube channel, which I understand is not an easy thing to do, because it's not just filming stuff and sticking it on YouTube. It's about putting in slides and editing videos. It takes time. On top of that, he's got to put in the practice.
100.
I'm sure there are other things that he likes to do as well, including watching wrestling. He has, of all the people I know, got the best retro wrestling figure collection that I've seen.
140. Matthew required 140.
Level 141. Well, if that was an old school quadro board,
55.
that first dart was in the quad, which would have left him a shot.
Jimmy required 91.
61 left, but this is no quad board. Where's he going for 74? Somewhat half-hearted attempt at the 34 segment.
Matthew require 86.
Double 16.
Game shot.
That's more like it, Matt.
Matthew
Good
Edgar.
stuff to get your first leg in this contest in 17 darts. And the encouraging thing for both players here is that when they do get to the double,
third leg, it's Jim to
they're
throw
not missing.
first. Game on.
A reduction in standard for McEwen so far. But Edgar raising his standard by about 6 points.
180.
So the streak of McEwen continues. That is now 15 games with at least
100.
one maximum. He's just one of those players, isn't he? He doesn't do anything spectacularly. He doesn't do it at a rapid-fire pace.
45.
Which you saw a lot of last week from the likes of Danny van Tripe, Owen Roloffs, Jan van Veen. A very deliberate
60.
stance, deliberate delivery of the dart. Not a great deal of movement in the body, as you can see. And that's what I mean by deliberate. He's trying to stay so still when throwing every
100.
shot that sometimes the arm jerks a little bit. There's just a little bit more movement in the body from Edgar.
99.
And that's why you don't get a lot of him snatching the dart, because he's got a somewhat more flexible attitude towards his delivery.
$76. 100.
It's not a bad ton,
Jim,
leaving one of my favourite
100.
finishes, 142. But you'd much rather have 100 left. He's not going to go tops. He's going to stay there. Oh, how wrong you can be.
60. Matthew
Here's me calling him a
142.
traditionalist, and I was convinced he was going to go for the 60. I should have said it then, because Edgar was staying on the 60 for double
Jim,
11.
You require 40.
Well, you made me look very silly, Jim.
Game shot,
but you
third
don't make
leg.
yourself look
Jim
silly,
McEwen.
and that's the most important thing, isn't it? Because that 2-1 lead is now yours with some excellent shooting at that double top bed in the last 2 visits.
Fourth leg, it's Matthew to throw first.
It just goes to show, doesn't it? Not that I'm saying Jim is old. He's
55.
more experienced. But you can teach a more experienced dog new tricks, like going for 2 double tops. Just want to take this opportunity
82.
because we have 2 Scottish players here today, one of them playing in this game. And the world number 1, Peter Wright,
100.
currently taking a month off after gallbladder surgery, which I believe was successful in the last few days. Hope you're on the mend, Pete, and all the best to you in your recovery. See you in Hungary in early September.
134.
Another Scottish legend in Gary Anderson has infected the social media feed of Matthew Edgar quite a lot over the last couple of years, because he may have once or twice talked about beating Gary Anderson with a 170 finish in the last leg of the contest. If you didn't know
84.
about that, you may have been on the moon.
$60.
He's got his first maximum in this leg, has Edgar. He's taken advantage of a few suspect shots from Jim, which can creep into his game every now and again, but not too often.
41. Matthew, you require 106.
Double 16.
90.
Giving
Jim, you
McEwen a
require
shot at
160.
160. His personal best finish here at the Live League is 161. He doesn't know where to go.
94.
That'll work.
Matthew requires 16. Game shot on the
so will
fourth
that.
leg. Matthew
That's
Edgar.
actually the name of one of my favourite YouTube channels. That'll work. And when it works, why change? 2-2 in this one.
Fifth leg, it's Jim to throw first. Game on.
It's a YouTube channel that focuses on trick shots. And some of them have been done with darts. We don't do trick shots
64.
here at Live League Darts. We just do excellent shooting. And that's what we've got so far in this one. Both averages
58.
in the low 90s. Well, at least they were until that visit from prime time. But this is the kind of standard that we expect from these players on the whole throughout the group.
180.
Expect 180s from McEwen. Don't say that we didn't warn you.
26.
He's been doing this for about a year now. He got himself on everybody's radar. And when I went to the WDF World Championship in April, it was astonishing how many people thought he was going to win that tournament.
100. Jim, you require
And he really should have got through to the last four. Losing out to Neil Duff when he was 3-0 up.
$37.
And in this game, he could still be 3 legs to 2 up with a visit to come.
80.
He will not want
Jim,
me to
you
mention that
require
Neil Duff
40.
game.
Game shot on
But
the
he
fifth
will want me to
leg.
mention
Jim
that
McEwen.
because that was a really good leg of darts from Jim. He was brought back to 2-2, and this is how he plays darts. He is brilliant at fending off opponents.
Sixth leg, it's Matthew to throw first.
Excellent game player.
60.
Doesn't shake his head. Doesn't get too downhearted. It goes to 2-2, and his riposte to that is a 13-dart leg. As if to say, you're not having my throw.
57.
Only one more match after this to conclude round 2 of our
100.
games for today, and it is a belter between Josh Payne and Gary Stone. Hope you can join us for that. We understand that the majority of our viewers can join us for the whole programme, but some of you do dip in and out for certain
96.
fixtures. Just remember that if you do have work to go to, you can take us with you. You can watch us on your smart device.
134.
Or you can keep up to date with all of the results, as you can see, at Darts Live League via our social channels. And if you are looking to have a little flutter on anything today, whether it's 180s, which you've already mentioned about Jim McEwen,
100.
results, the group winner, anything like that, just remember that all gambling is for over 18s only.
58.
Please do so responsibly, and begambleaware.org is the website you need for more information. Now that streak that we've had so far in our 4 matches for the day, of all games being won against
57.
the darts,
Matthew,
is
you
still
require
possible.
149.
Because Edgar's got 6 from here.
$53.
But he doesn't put a big hole in that shot. Speaking of big holes,
137. Matthew require 96.
that was a big hole put in that one. Can Edgar finish this job? Great shot.
Game shot on the sixth leg.
Great
Matthew
shot.
Edgar.
I have to re-emphasize that one because that second dart, look at this. Pitched it just over the top and finds a lovely clean double 8 at the end. That's a world-class finish from Matthew Edgar.
Seventh and final leg. It's Jim to throw first. Game on.
First time today, we go the distance.
100.
And if Edgar wins this leg, it will be 5 players
60.
on the same amount of points. Illustrating that this group is wide open. Was that a potential switch opportunity there for Jim? You just wonder if that 60 bed was blocked.
59.
Edgar's not taking his chance yet. Trebleless with the first 6 darts when you don't have the throw is not good news.
$58.
Can't be trebleless here.
60.
But is. And that's really good news for McEwen, who's not having his best leg. In last leg deciders, he is very good.
140.
He does not get a 4th maximum, but he's already had 3 in this game.
43.
His previous match.
Jim,
he
you
also
require
got 3.
143.
Does that tell you something about what Jim McEwen's strength is? How about a 143 to finish it? How about it? How about that?
And the match.
Wow.
Jim McEwen.
Where did that come from? From Jim McEwen. A 143 to finish the job. One of the most difficult outshots on the dartboard. And in last leg deciders, he has now won 15 from 18 in his live league career. That's an incredible effort from a very good player who was the first person to 4 points. It was 96 in the end, but that whole performance was categorized by his last 6 darts, in my opinion. He just is able to get the job done when he needs to. Edgar on 0 will have another chance in round 3. But another chance coming the way of Josh Payne and Gary Stone. That's the final match of round 2, and that's next after this. Welcome back, Darts fans. The Asset signing in once again for game number 6. So without further ado, let's go down to the board to see England versus Scotland once again. We've seen England versus Scotland many times here on the Live League Hockey, and we will once again with a victorious Josh Payne from his first game to a somewhat unfortunate Gary Stone from his first. But there was no shame in losing to Jim McEwen when he averaged 100 in game number 3.
Like it's Josh to throw first. Game on.
But we have two very spirited performers here. And Stone is getting, for me, the rough end of the bargain at the start of Monday. Because I think he's been given the two hardest fixtures.
140.
The reason I say that is because McEwen has won a phase this year and he's won the Champion of Champions Week.
136.
So 2 Saturday night wins for McEwen this year.
140.
But in that little snippet from earlier where I said that arguably, and I'm emphasising that word, that Josh Payne is the player of the year so far at the Live League. I say that because he hasn't failed to make Saturday night whenever he's been here in 2021.
100. Joshua, 100.
And he's won on a Saturday night 3 times this year. 2 weekly wins and a phase win in phase 4. And in the Champion of Champions Week, he was 4th.
57, Gary. You require 121.
How about a 1-2-1, Gary? How about it? How about it?
On the first leg. Gary Stone.
Oh, that's quality. Just love to see darts like that. This is going to be a superb game. You just know it.
Second leg, it's Gary to throw first. Game on.
I can't say his name without being in a Scottish accent, honestly.
60.
As for Gary Stone's Live League career, it's not even that old. He's only been here a couple of times.
60.
And his best effort so far was back in phase 4. Week 3, he was 4th. Didn't even make the final, which was a bit of a shock that week. He was really playing well. He won Group A that week. Maybe a little bit of unfinished business for Gary. And I think that maybe if he wasn't to win Group A, I think he would win a Group C or a Group B. But it does depend on what state of mind he is in this week. If he remains positive, he will be a thorn in everybody's side.
96.
So, without further ado, I am going to throw it to everybody out there on social media, particularly Twitter.
100.
That's the social media platform I'm on. Get in touch with me at the Asset 180. Tag in Sporty Stuff TV and address at
60.
Darts Live League. Who do you think is the player of the year so far in the Live League? We don't have rankings.
134.
But if you're a regular viewer, who do you think is the player of 2022 so far? Because my answer is Josh Payne.
131. Gary, we're going 24.
Double 12. And Gary Stone has got a double leg jump on Josh Payne. This is a great performance so far. He really wants to keep this up to get himself back in the points race.
Third leg, it's Josh to throw first. Game on.
I know he's only lost 1 game. But even in this company, if you go 4 points behind at the early point, you are chasing.
180.
Bit of a hat tip to both of our referees today. We've got A little bit of
61.
flip-flopping going on today, or depending on what you prefer, might be flop-flipping. We've got both Charlie Costerfiend today, who's done the first 5 matches, and Owen Binks is our second ref.
140.
Bit of bad fortune in the previous visit for Gary.
81.
But if you are going to have that misfortune with a dart on the floor, do it when you're 2-0 up and against the darts. And when your opponent is having a ridiculously good scoring leg.
$100. Joshua Record with 46.
Should be 2-1 in 2 or 3 darts. Double 10.
36.
And if I were Gary, I wouldn't give up. Because double 5 is hated by most dart players.
96.
In fact, dart players really don't
10.
like odd number doubles, but they hate bogey numbers even more. You know that song by darts fans where they chant, "Oh, Gary, Gary"? That's very positive for Gary Anderson, but I'm saying, "Oh, Gary, Gary, you shouldn't be leaving 163.
65. Joshua
There was no excuse for that.
Game shot on
And
the
that's
third leg.
ultimately
Josh Payne.
why he deserved to lose that leg. He wasn't the best scorer in that leg, and he did make that error with the calculating, so Josh Payne fully deserved leg 3.
Fourth leg, it's Gary to throw first.
Every now and again, no matter how good you are going to leave a bogey number.
100.
Let's say you're on 343 after 6 darts. You've had scores of 58 and 100. You can't leave a finish.
58.
But if you score 180 to leave 163, at that point, I'm not going to mention it.
60.
But if you're in that 260 odd range, or 259, which Gary Stone had, and you're leaving 163, that's an error.
85.
And we're talking about one of the most competitive Group A's that I've seen in the last year. It may not work against him in this match, but I hope for Gary's sake that he doesn't do it again in a situation where it could hurt him.
100.
Now he has left it a good finish this time. And he's also got multiple visits.
65.
This has got to be 140 plus. Because that first start was so perfect.
Gary Record 96.
Where does he go? This is the chance that Josh craved to turn things around. If he does hit this 118, he is favoured for the game once again. But that doesn't help.
78.
That was a somewhat fortunate single 18, wasn't it, with Dart 2? But it didn't make any difference.
Gary
Stone really did dodge a bullet in that leg there with Josh hitting that treble 1. That was the mistake that Josh made. And of course, Gary took advantage.
Game on.
That's what this game is all about. Give yourself chances.
100.
And take advantage of the mistakes of your opponent. This is singles play, of course. We've never played doubles at the Live League.
100.
I've had a tweet from somebody.
100.
It must be a relation of Jim McEwen. Because Gail McEwen is saying
100.
she's going for Jim McEwen to be Player of the Year. Of course you are, Gail. I wouldn't expect you to say anybody else. But if I was addressing the partners of
131.
these two, for instance, I'm sure they would probably say their partners are as well. Thanks for tweeting, Gail. Hope you're well.
131. Joshua 170.
I'll embellish on what Gail has said in a second, because it really has made me chuckle.
58. Gary require 170.
Because right now we're looking at a 170 to win the match.
$58. Joshua require 112.
Both players have hit 170s in their live league career. And both leave themselves on 112.
88. Gary require 112.
This is somewhat easier. Match start at tops.
92.
Just dipped at the end.
Joshua
Those
require 24.
bulbous end barrels. I don't know anybody else who uses a barrel just like that one.
Games on the 5th leg.
But Josh,
Payne.
nicknamed the Maximum, he may need maximums in the final 2 legs of this contest. If he is going to win by 4 legs to 3, that's the only route left for him to get the 2 points.
Gary to throw first.
Yeah, just touching on Gail McEwen's tweet again.
140.
She said, Jim's the best player this year going by fruit balls. Because there is, of course, a prize for the weekly winner, which resembles a fruit ball.
83.
It's a very nice crystal one, though. And I'm sure there are a few scattered around the McEwen household now.
60. 140. 57.
Are we seeing this one turned around a little bit after that missed match start at tops for Gary?
135.
Could well be. Because we've already seen a 1-4-3 finish today from Jim McEwen.
84. Joshua 143.
This time Gary does leave the finish. And he is going to get a look at it. The dart he's dreaming of is right under that top 60 wire.
119.
And he's going to need to hit this if he wants to win 4-2. That'll do. So will that, but throw this quickly.
140.
Sometimes when you get a dart like that, you're worried that you're going to hit tops and the other one's going to fall out.
24.
Double 6.
Game shot
A really good dart considering
Josh
how
Payne.
poor the previous one was. Josh won't mind me saying that. It was closer to the treble with that double 12 shot, but the double 6 was good.
7th and final leg. It's
Now we're
Josh to
going
throw first.
the distance.
Game on.
Just a little bit of news about what's happening over the course of the next few weeks as well. We have had some questions via our Twitter feed. Only one person in this new format does automatically qualify for
100.
the Champions Week, whereas in previous formats it was 3 people, and some people have asked, what happens to the people who haven't qualified? Do they get another chance?
96.
Well, here's how it works. Players like Josh and Gary are given a spot in Group A, and then they could have another crack
97.
at Group B and C to try and get to the qualifying finals night on the Saturday. But if you have previously played in a week
135.
and you have had a full week like these guys are getting, and you didn't qualify, you will not get another full week.
66.
If you had a full week, you will get possibly a crack at a part week.
180.
So you would be put into, say, a Group B or a Group C. As to who gets a return, Very much depends on how they performed.
190.
Is Gary Stone going to get another match dart? Yes, he is. It's a third.
72.
And it's a third one missed in 3 different legs.
Josh McEwen, 98.
Josh hits this. It'd be crushing. Gary thinks this is in. And he was right.
Game shot on the match.
That's what I mean
Josh
about
Payne.
Stone in the background, nodding his head and approving of shots of his opponent. Sometimes he just looks at the glass a little bit half empty, but on this occasion, he was right. He missed 3 match darts in 3 different legs. That's why he lost, with the greater average, the greater checkout percentage, the most 180s at everything, apart from the 4 legs that he needed to get the 2 points. So a lot needed to be done as Josh Payne makes his way to 4 points with Jim McEwen. We have concluded 2 match rounds now, so we're going to take a little short break now. And when we come back, it's going to be round number 3. And let's have a little look at the table when we return. Jim McEwen is one of our players towards the top of the table because he's won 2 from 2 so far, just like Josh Payne. As for Gilliland, his opponent in this game, he's won 1 from 2. But let's see where they are in the table towards the halfway stage of Monday. There's McEwen only second on leg difference so far. That won't concern him at all. Gilliland in third. 2 points from 2 games. Now, if he was to continue that over the 3 days of competition in Group A, 10 points would not be enough to win this group. Neither would around 16 or 18 points in my opinion. Now, previously we used to have 2 days for Group A. Now it's 3.
First leg, it's Chris to throw
10
first.
points would have
Game on.
never won a 2-day Group A group. But 50% on points, if you're looking at around 16 points to win this group, that means that everybody else has got to get a lot of points as well. So Gilliland has got to win more games than he loses from here, in my opinion. But McEwen, he can sustain a very high level of performance day on day. Like I've mentioned before, every single player in this group has won a Group A campaign before.
59.
So they know how to do it. But I think it is very fair to say that only a few players have dominated a Group A before.
96.
And Jim McEwen has dominated a Group A before. And that was in the Champion of Champions week. It wasn't close. He was so far above everybody else.
100.
It was a little bit scary. Just as scary as the back of his shirt, really. With that horror film character, if you're not familiar with the character Chucky. You don't just have to be over 18 to be gambling on the Live League. You might have to be over 18 to watch that movie. Because I assure you, people of my age remember it, and it kept us up at night.
41. Jimmy record 132.
This is one of those numbers which is said better by the Scottish. 132.
92.
3 different countries represented on the hockey in this one. English referee, Northern Irish player and Scottish player. But what I have been reliably informed of is that over the next couple of weeks here at the Live League, we are going to have a lot more players from Europe. Outside of the UK, I meant. 5 has the luxury of busting
35.
it. And I don't think Jim thought that through. With Gilly on 175, for me the play there is to either go for a 2 to leave 4, or to bust the lot and just go back to tops.
54. Jimmy require 5.
Because that way you've got 3 darts at double. Here he's only got 2.
No score.
All a little bit messy in the last 6 darts.
Pressure require 121.
And in the previous game, we saw a perler of a 1-2-1 checkered on the bull from Gary Stone. Are we going to get one from the Ginger Ninja on 14?
107. Jimmy require 5.
I hate to re-emphasize it, but one of the reasons he's in this pickle is because he left 5.
Game shot on the first leg.
But fair play to him.
Jim McEwen.
He did own the scoring phase of that leg, and that's why he got so many chances. He finally completes the leg in 20 darts.
Second leg, it's Jim to throw first. Game on.
And you don't expect to break the throw in 20 darts either. But now that you have to run with it.
58.
Like I said in his previous game, McEwen has now had
81.
15 matches in a row here at the Live League, with at least one maximum. We'll keep an eye on that. How about an eye on it now? Is it 16?
140.
Not yet. But 15 was the number in his previous game against Matthew Edgar. He won by 4 legs to 3.
60.
And not only did he stretch his 180 streak in matches to 15, but he took his 15th last leg deciding win out of 18 games.
133.
If you're one of those players out there who was remarked as someone who was hard to beat in a last leg shootout, you must be good.
140.
I've seen it referred to the likes of MVG, James Wade. They're the best two that I've seen in my career when it comes to last leg shootouts.
96.
Chucky may be the best in Live League history at it. And Gilly's getting frustrated. He was left frustrated yesterday trying to catch his flight.
Jimmy requires 74.
But he's here now. And that's a lot better, isn't it? Didn't find himself on an odd number double. He leaves himself that double top, which he adores. This time it's for 2-0, and it is successful.
So look, it's Chris to throw first.
It's only an 85, which is severely down on what he's done so far today.
100.
Started with 100.59 against Gary Stone, and then a very plucky Chucky with a 96.14 against Edgar in that 4-3 win.
140.
Not happy with the third dart on the 180 attempt for the second time in 2 legs. Well, just to talk about his prowess in last leg deciders, he's currently 17-11 overall as McEwen in last leg deciders.
100.
But he is 15-3 when it comes to him having the darts in that last leg decider. He is the ultimate defender of the throw.
$100.
If Gilly doesn't start finding trebles, he's going to be in a bit of bother here. He's not finding his best in this game. He averaged 92 in his first contest, and he was really playing well in the first 3 legs. In excess of 100 he was, but it just fell a little bit towards the end. He didn't play particularly well against Matt Dennant in his second game, averaging around 82. But that kind of behaviour has come into this contest as well, where McEwen is ambling towards a 3-0 win in the first 3 legs of this contest.
100. $96.
He's just doing his business. 1 treble visit's plenty. In fact, there's only been 2 treble visits so far for McEwen. Only the 1 for Gilliland. That's where he's been struggling.
57.
Not putting enough pressure on his opponent, who was looking at 88 to be within 1 of a 3rd consecutive win today. 7-7, another odd number double for him. But this
Game's
one
on the third leg.
holds no fear for
Jim
Chucky.
McEwen.
3-0 it is. And let's get another look at it.
Fourth
There's a
leg,
lot
it's
of
Jim to throw first.
People
Game
out
on.
there who don't like double 7, and I don't understand why. A lot of people like double 16, a lot of people like double 19. Double 7's in the middle of the two, so what fear is there?
85.
You would categorise this performance as average for McEwen. Now, when you say that about somebody, you automatically jump to, well, it's not very good then.
100.
I refer to the stats for his career here at 89.75. He's currently around his mean performance. So this is what he does
125.
all of the time. And that's not bad. That's just consistent. Now that streak of 180s in games
59.
is severely under threat. If he gets a 140 at this visit, the streak is over. But if he gets a max, it'll be 16 games in a row. And the streak is over if he wins this leg now. Strange thing to say when it happens. Now Gilliland cannot leave a finish with his first maximum of the game. Superb approach.
34.
He's going to get at least 3 darts at 32 for a 4-0 victory, which would take him to 6 points and a leg difference of +7, which would elevate him to the top of the table on points and the leg difference column. This has been really good. But towards the end, Jim McEwen really did speed up in the same way that he did against Matthew Edgar in that 7-leg contest in round number 2. The average finishes at 95.43, which illustrates just how good he was in the last couple of legs. So his streak of hitting at least 180 in a match has stopped at 15. But well done, Jim. You are on 6 points as we go into the second match in round number 3, which is going to be Matt Dennant against a Gary Stone who is feeling a bit bruised after what's happened in his first 2 games today. That'll be with you right after this. Hello darts fans and welcome back to the Online Darts Live League for Monday morning. We've got just about enough time to fit in one more match for the morning session before we go into the lunchtime few hours that we're going to have, roughly around about 2. But we're at the midway point of our session. It's now time for Matthew Edgar and Gary Stone. And these two are forming a bit of a peloton behind the leader, Jim McEwen. He's undefeated after 3 matches on 6 points. Josh Payne will play against Matthew Edgar next to see if he can keep pace with the dominant Scotsman.
180.
But Gary could really do with a big performance here. But more than anything else, he just needs the points.
81.
He does not want to be left on 0 after 3 performances, which is a risk that Edgar runs as well.
100.
As for Dennant, he had a bit of a nightmare on doubles in his first game.
140.
But much better in the one after that. 57% with a 92 plus average.
100.
Northern Irishman Gilliland. He'll be hoping for more of that against the very tricky Scotsman Gary Stone.
100. Gary, 121.
Over to you, Gary. You got a 1-2-1 in your previous match. He's looking to do it again.
96.
He wasn't far off it.
Matt, you require 84.
Oh, Matthew.
44. Gary, require 25.
I'm not going to bring up my biggest bugbear in the game of darts when people don't go for big numbers. But Stone hits double 12 and takes the front with an immediate break of throw. He can't afford to let happen what happened in his previous game, though, where he relinquished the throw pretty quickly after that.
It's Gary to throw first.
When you break the throw in leg 1, you don't want to find yourself at 2-2 and losing the darts within the next 2 or 3 legs.
100.
What you want is to win this 4-0 or 4-1 with no stress. But I've already noticed Gary looking at his hands.
100.
Maybe just trying to figure out a grip issue.
131.
And when the climate, as it is in the UK right now, quite warm, which is a bit of an understatement, and quite clammy,
60.
and a little bit humid today, some dart players do struggle with their hands swelling up.
180.
But it doesn't seem to me like he's struggling in leg 2.
60. Gary, require 90.
This is where going bull first is not a problem. Or treble 18.
30.
He doesn't like that. No dart player would. But look on the bright side. Your opponent is not even at the halfway point yet.
60. Gary, requires 60.
Don't waste negative energy on a situation that doesn't need negativity. Because that is a 14 darter from Gary Stone. And it's a really good leg of darts. And just like that game against Josh Payne, he's averaging 103.66 after 2 legs. He will not want to lose this from here. I've had a couple of interesting tweets about my question about who is the player of the year so far at Live League Darts. And I'm going to read them both because they're both very interesting to me.
96.
Our friend Carl Wilkinson, all hail Wilkie. Graham Hall is his pick. The winner from Saturday night. Carl saying his stats over all of his games are awesome. I agree, Wilkie. I've been very impressed with Graham this season. I think over the next few months he is going to be a real threat for titles. So Graham Hall is a good suggestion. But Joe Usher's been in touch,
59.
mentioning Jim McEwen and Graham Usher. Fine choices.
134.
But if we were to have a performance of the year so far, it would undoubtedly go to Graham Usher.
140, mate. You require 79.
More on that in a second, because Dennant's on 79. A 79 he really needs. Bull.
54. Gary require 111.
For 2 breaks. Stone needs a single. There it is.
91.
And I count that as 3 times now.
Mate, you require 25.
Where he's had a shot at tops on a combination and missed them all low.
$17.
And that's what was happening to Matt in
Gary
his first
required
game of the
20.
day. He was missing those doubles. Cardinal sin
16.
in missing double 5 with that second dart. We've all done it. And we
Mate,
all
you
hate
require
it.
8.
Double 1.
No score. Gary
The
require
doubles have
4.
deserted him. And Stone is looking at Desmond.
Game shot on the third leg.
And 2-2s are very
Gary
good
Stone.
for a 3-0 lead. A somewhat unexpected break of throw there for Gary Stone, but he's not going to look a gift horse in the mouth, I assure you.
Fourth leg, it's Gary to throw first. Game on.
Yes, Joe Usher getting in touch. And thank you, Joe, for getting in touch. We really appreciate it. Mentioning Graham Usher. I'm sure there is some sort of
140.
relation there. Not that you're biased, Joe. But for me, it wasn't even a performance that I saw from this chair. It was a performance
100.
that I believe was chaired by our friend Henry Deacon. Where Usher
60.
won by 4 legs to 2, but won all of his legs with a ton plus checkout. He averaged in excess of 111, had a 9 darter in there,
140.
and a 167 to finish the match. Now, if we get a better performance than that this year, I will be
60.
astounded. It's a bit like me saying, will we ever get a performance of the
100.
ilk of Johnny Clayton again against James Wade from last year's Masters, where he had 90% on doubles in 19 legs.
45.
Averaged in excess of 105.
Mate, you require 161.
It's one of the best performances I've ever seen in any darts match. I hope for everybody
99.
tuning in that we do get a performance better than that of Graham Usher, because it would be a treat to behold.
96. Mate, you require 62.
This would be sweet. Double 16.
30.
Just hasn't found his
Gary
mark
require
in
100.
that corner of the board or any corner on the outer ring in this game. Stone,
40.
well, it was a
Mate,
coin
you're going
flip call
32.
as to whether he should have stayed on the 60 or gone for the 2 double tops.
Game shot
That
on
one's
the
in.
fourth leg.
And that's his
Matt
first hit
Dennant.
in 9 attempts at double in this match. He didn't want to go down the same route as he did in match 1 of the day, where he missed all 13 shots at double.
Fifth leg, it's Matt to throw first. Game on.
But like I always say, how do you beat people at games of darts? Do not give them a match dart. And Stone,
140.
even as the better player, with the most 180s, the higher average, the lead in legs, he hasn't had a match dart yet.
95.
That's what I'd be saying to myself if I were in match shoes. The
91.
other thing I'd be saying if I were in match shoes is that these shoes are too small.
100.
Just think of all of the great dart players that have been slightly smaller in stature. The greatest of them all, Phil Taylor. Nowhere near 6 feet tall. Jockey Wilson, small in stature.
58. Mate, you require 149.
There have been plenty more.
$60. 59. Mate, you require 89.
I think the next leg of this contest could be the biggest one of this contest because you knew that Dennant was going to take that. He is starting to get an upward curve form-wise in this match as his average goes towards 85. But you sense that if Gary Stone does not hold through here for a 4-2 victory, Dennant could take advantage of maybe too much pressure being heaped on the shoulders of Stone.
96.
Because he's been in good positions already today and not been able to take advantage of them. Now, for the next couple of minutes, what I want you to do,
81.
as dart fans tuning in, I want you to watch Gary playing, but I want you to watch Gary when he's not playing as well.
134.
His facial expressions are like its own little soap opera.
134.
It's one of the reasons why I love to watch him play, because no matter what he's doing, it's watchable.
$98.
That's a great last dart. You can see what he was trying to do from the 271. He was looking for the 101 trim-off shot to leave the maximum checkout.
140.
He could really use a treble here.
93.
And banks one.
146.
Uh-oh. Just for a second, Gary was thinking, don't you dare.
114. Gary require 80.
Do you dare, Gary? Do you dare?
60.
I can't believe he went that route.
Matt, you require 32.
It nearly paid off.
Game
But that has for Matt, and that's a 13-dart break. I'm going to leave a massive question mark against going 2 double tops with 3 darts in hand. I'm not really a fan of it, but you guys at home might be, but I know Gary's not a fan of it right now.
7th and final leg, it's Matt to throw first. Game on.
And it's Dennant who has the darts to win this match after being 3-0 down.
60.
I don't care who you are, whether you're world number 1 or someone that no darts fan has ever heard of. But when you're playing best of 7 and you were 3-0 up and it's now 3-3, you're going to be tested.
96.
It's all about the grey matter between your ears now.
137.
This is good. Slightly more speedy. 3 darts from Gary Stone, both times that he's visited the Oki so far.
58.
He's not thinking about it too much.
79.
Well, he hasn't left a finish. And he wouldn't have left a finish had he missed the treble 18 with dart 2. The play right there was either the 17s
60.
or staying on the 20 with dart 2 to go for the switch on dart 3. So what we're seeing so far today from Gary is an awareness
65.
of where he stands in the score, but maybe not having every single mathematical tool to do it to the A+ level.
140.
This,
Gary,
however, would be A++. And again, it's a shot for the match on tops, which is delivered low.
87.
I've lost count of how many times that's happened today. That might be 3. Is it a heartbreaking double 5?
82.
It isn't.
Gary required 20.
You can see Stone is weathered.
Game
And
shot
he
on
is
the mark.
in the winners column.
Gary
Finally. What a match that was. That had almost everything you could possibly want from a match where both are averaging around 88 or 89. The checkout percentages were okay, but it was the misses that provided the drama. And it is a first 2 points of the day for Gary Stone. But he can take a few minutes off now to take a bit of a breather. We will do the same, but when we come back, it's the end of round number 3. And it could be a good one, this one. Josh Payne and Matthew Edgar, two guys who know each other very well, but only one of them, after the break, will win 2 points. Here we go again, and match number 9 is coming your way. This is one I've been looking forward to all day long because Matthew Edgar is about to take on Josh Payne. Differing fortunes for the two because Payne is undefeated and Edgar is yet to win. Edgar from the town of Daventry, which used to be the hometown of Kevin Painter. And Ashford is the hometown now of Josh Payne. He's moved there recently from Gravesend.
Okay, first leg, it's Matthew to throw first.
I've
Game
always
on.
thought that Gravesend, nothing against it, but it sounds a bit somber. Gravesend, get it? Yeah, it just sounds a bit
57.
dark. Ashford just sounds a bit more pleasant. I do know both towns, actually. Ashford is where my sister
96.
lives. Fine town. Daventry is also very nice. And it's a very good place to live if you're a dart player.
60.
Because you can pretty much be anywhere in England in 2 hours. Maybe a little bit more than that. Maybe 2 hours and 20 minutes. Because it's right in the middle of the country.
81.
But Matt has resided there for many years. And as long as you're happy, why would you move?
32.
But he can't be happy with 0 points from 2 games. He's averaging around 81.5 so
58.
far today. He's much better than that. And in his live league career, he's averaged closer to 88, so not finding his premium
140.
stuff yet. But he's going to have to get a move on because his opponent in this game, and Jim McEwen,
80.
whom he's already played, you just sense that those guys are in a somewhat
60.
merciless mood.
Matthew Rock, 152. $122.
That's pretty good.
86.
For Matt Edgar. But Josh Payne is getting an easier opportunity on double 7.
Games on the
And he
first
finds the same
Josh
pop
Payne.
mark in that board as Jim McEwen did a couple of matches ago to take out something very similar.
Second leg, it's Josh to throw first.
Break of throw immediate. And Payne is at it again. He just loves playing here, doesn't he?
60.
I've had a really interesting tweet. And I've had the
57.
mathematical beavers working in the background, working on this stat. Now, Joe Usher's been in touch with me, and he said, because he's Graham's son, he knows he's biased, which, let's face it, we all are when it comes to our darting
97.
relatives. But he has asked me a question. He wanted to know how many players have a
60.
running average higher than Graham Usher this season. Well, I have the answer.
140.
The answer is this. Gary Stone, Graham Hall, Chaz Barstow, James Richardson, Josh Payne, Dave Pallett,
100.
Lee Evans, Nathan Gervin, Daryl Pilgrim, Scott Williams and Robert Owen are all above Graham Usher's 90.63. So 11 players have a better running average than Graham Usher.
100.
But that doesn't tell the full story, does it? Because Usher has been awesome this year. And he is one of the Live
96.
League's
Josh Rock,
favourite players.
104.
Because he's so good and so quick. Good and quick?
84.
I suppose you would categorise Josh as that a little bit. Maybe not known as the quickest player.
100.
He's definitely not the
Josh
slowest.
Rock, 20.
Double 5.
Games on the
And he
second
is
leg.
one of the most
Josh Payne.
effective. He's got a really good hit rate on doubles, and he has a very high level of performance, like I've just mentioned with that ladder of players on their
So look, it's
consistent
Matthew to
performances
throw
throughout
first.
2022. It puts Josh Payne at
131.
91.56 at 5th in the running averages for this year.
$99. $60.
Anybody who's averaging over 90 for the year at this stage has got my vote. But one of the reasons why Carl Wilkinson
100.
from Barnsley mentioned about Graham Hall being his player of the year so far is because he's averaging over 94.
60.
The only other player to do that is Gary Stone, and he's playing today and has only won 1 match from 3.
98. 45.
This is Matt and Josh's 3rd meeting here at the Live League this year. Their 2 previous meetings were in Phase 4 of the Champions Week.
100.
Both won by Payne. Both won by 4 legs to 3.
105. Joshua McEwen, 104.
He's looking at the 104. 16's route again. He'll be wondering how that did not find the 48.
40. Matthew McEwen, 100.
What can Edgar do? He needs a leg on the board. Soon.
84.
Just doesn't seem to be
Joshua
happening
McEwen,
at the right
64.
times for him so far today. And again, Payne misses the 48.
Game
Tops
on the
is a
third
friend.
leg. Josh Payne.
It's like that song, isn't it? You've got a friend in me. Well, Tops has been a friend to him pretty much all day long.
Fourth leg, it's Josh to throw first. Game on.
85 average so far for Josh. He's got so much more in the tank than this, but he's not needing to use it. Because Edgar, again,
60.
in that 80 to 81 range, he's not finding enough scoring-wise just yet.
45.
He's had a lot of visits like that, where the darts have been close, but not finding the target.
58. 100.
I've had another question from Joe Usher.
97.
Thank you, Joe. All of your tweets are very much appreciated. And he's come up with another question, actually, which, for all of our viewers, and to give them a bit of time to think about it, I'm going to read it out in the next match, because it's a very good question. And I want our viewers on Sporty Stuff TV to soak it up a bit and think about it. It might be time for another trivia question as well in the next match.
100.
Because the next match might be imminent. If Josh can take care of 226
81. Matthew
in 6, it's less likely now. Because he was looking to leave 86.
76.
145 is a lot more difficult. And now impossible. And we don't like to see people lose by 4 legs to 0.
40.
Come on, Matt. Double 10.
30.
Just hasn't been there so far today. And Payne is in for the kill.
Game shot on the match.
Kills off Edgar
Josh
with a
Payne.
4-0 victory. Great stuff from Josh so far today. And alongside Jim McEwen, he really is starting to find some form and consistency. Even though the average is only 83.5, the doubles were excellent, weren't they? And there's still a lot more for Josh to find today. But Edgar remains at the bottom spot in the table after 9 matches and 3 rounds completed. So we'll take a short break now. Match number 10 and the start of round number 4 will commence after this. Hello and welcome back to round number 4 of our matches for Monday. It is past the noon hour now, so we're into Monday afternoon. Will this change the fortunes for Matt Dennant, who has had a very up and down day so far, but he's got an uphill task here against Jim McEwen. It seems to me that McEwen and Payne are constantly flip-flopping between the first and second position. Every time Jim takes that first position, Payne takes it back. And round 3 was very good to both of them, both getting 4-0 victories.
First, I guess Jim to throw first. Game on.
This is a very first meeting between these two people. They've never played at the Live League before, and they've never played outside of this room before. And maybe because his streak of 15 consecutive Live League matches with a 180 came to an end against Chris Gilliland in match 7.
100.
He'd start a new streak right now. So, first chalk mark. There we are. We'll keep an eye on what happens with him over the next few days as well. Now, getting back to one of our
60.
questions from social media. Because the standard is so good at the minute, someone is asking, and yes, it's Joshua. This is the last one I'm going to read out for you today, Joe. He's asking, who is the best player currently without a card? And by a card, he means a tour card in the PDC. Or best players, let's say.
100.
I'd love to hear from Carl Wilkinson about this, and some other players without a card, to get their opinion. But what Joe's saying is that these 6 players today have got to be in the argument. I concur. Definitely McEwen. Definitely Payne. In fact, you know what? All 6 of them. I'm going to throw them all in that mix. They've all got the ability level to be on tour. But maybe more so, and I'm not just saying this, more so Payne and McEwen based on what they've done this season so far. They've got more winning form than the other 4.
81. Jimmy requires 70.
Another thing that Payne and McEwen have got in common is that they like tops.
30.
Not the first time today that he has bent that wire. The scholar decides not to go for the double-double attempt
40.
for the 78. Will he pay the price for not taking 78 and 2? He has a bonus chance.
May you require 40.
I don't think he expected to come back in this leg.
Game shown
Take the gift and run with it, Matt. Because so far today, his pattern of play has been poor performance, good performance, poor performance.
Second, it's Matt to throw first. Game on.
Now, that's not me being super critical, but Matt would say that too. He should have lost his first game. He couldn't find a double to save his life.
180.
He was much more polished when he beat Gilliland in match 4. And even though he put up a huge fight against Gary Stone in match number 8, he would admit that his start in that game cost him the amount of chances he needed to win that contest. So far in this one,
45.
It is much better. He could do himself a huge favour by beating McEwen. And also a huge favour to everybody else who's trying to chase him down.
100. 96.
Even though you're averaging in the mid-90s for the day, or even towards the high 90s, doesn't mean anything in your next game. It means you're playing well, but it's no guarantee that you will play well in your fourth game. That's why averages take over the conversation too many times.
45.
Let's say you play 10 games and you average exactly 100. When you play your 11th game, it doesn't mean you're going to average 100. It's something in mathematics called variable change.
98. Mate, you record 135.
I'll talk about that in the next leg because it's a really interesting thought process for players like Jim.
70.
Because I don't think he concerns himself with things like averages or stats. He just plays. And that's the best mindset to have. How good would this be? Double 11.
102.
He might pay the price for that miss.
65.
Ooh, old school.
33.
It almost paid off as
You
well.
require 22.
Sometimes the old ways are the best, but only when they pay off. What a guide that is for double 11. That's a horror dart. That's covering most of the bed.
No score.
That deflection on dart
Mate,
2
you require 32.
was cruel.
$16.
He's having more problems in that department down
You
there.
require 22.
And trust me, Matt knows about them. He knows what's going on. Take 2. And this
He's
time,
on the
he gets
second
the
leg.
right deflection.
Jim McEwen.
Just goes to show if you hit the left side of that barrel, it skews to the left. But if you hit the right side, it just cushions its way in. Lovely.
Third leg, it's Jim to throw first. Game on.
Yes, variable change. And those averages will change. I trust you, our viewers, because what we've seen from McEwen has been his best stuff towards the end of a match. Now, variable change, the best way to describe it is you go to a roulette table and it comes up with 10 red numbers in a row. There will be people
97.
around the world who will say, surely the next one's going to be black. Because they think that because it's been red 10 times, it's going to be black next time. That's not true.
125.
Every time it starts from a static position, that white ball will either hit a red or a black with the same probability every time and not based on what's
85.
happened before. So with averages, just because somebody's averaged high 90s for the day, it doesn't mean they're going to this time. And this game proves that. So the next time you go to a casino and you see 10 red numbers in a row,
140.
don't automatically think that the next one's going to be black. Because it could easily be red.
58.
And on that mantra,
require 101.
please gamble responsibly. Over 18s only. BigGambleAware.org for more information. Double 12.
77.
Matt Dennant is in a very different postcode in leg 3.
$100. Jimmy required 24.
You don't mind losing legs like this when it's not your darts, but you don't want it to keep
Games on the
continuing
third
because
leg.
it's McEwen who hits
Jim
the frontier.
McEwen.
And a somewhat up and down day for Dennant is transcribing its way into this, which is an up and down game.
Fourth leg, it's Matt to throw first. Game on.
They have identical doubles percentages at 16.67%, but Jim McEwen has had double the amount of chances.
134.
He's had 12 attempts to Matt's 6. My good friend from Yorkshire, Martin Turner's been in touch about the best player outside of the tour cards. Well, I think he's hitting the nail on the head, really. Someone who was
93.
unsuccessful in claiming a Champions Week spot last week. And Scott Williams is the answer to that question. Considering what he's done this year as a non-tour card holder here at the Live League, at the Challenge Tour,
59.
and as an alternate on the Pro Tour by winning a tournament and becoming only the 3rd person to do that in the tour card era. For me, the best player without a tour card this year is, without a doubt, Scott Williams. Thanks for getting in touch, Martin. I hope we'll be seeing you soon on this hockey. We know you've had a decent season. Looking forward to seeing you here, pal.
140. Matty record 140.
Hello. Double 10.
120.
I told you he was having an up and down day. When it's up, it's very up. When it's down, it's pretty down. He's Mr. Unpredictable today, is Matt Dennant.
93. Mate, you're recording 20.
2-2 it should be. And
Gage
2-2 it is.
Very
welcome, this one. It could be McEwen about to go very, very close indeed. He's already been involved in a 7-leg match today.
5th leg, it's Jim to throw first. Game on.
And he won that against Edgar by 4 legs to 3. His other wins over Stone was 4-2. And then that obliterating performance against Gilliland by 4 legs to 0. This is where Dennant has to strike.
139.
Because if he doesn't, all the pressure goes on to him in leg 6. Because if he doesn't hold, he loses. If he breaks here, he has his sole opportunity to serve it out.
100.
There have been a lot of games won against the darts today, though. We started with 4 in a row.
99.
And the last 3 matches we've had have all gone against the darts as well. So that's 7 from 9 matches today have been won by the players throwing second. You can hear a tinge of surprise in my voice because that's not the norm.
$30.
That was not what Matt was looking for. You can see in the background what that means to him. That could be categorized with 3 letters. UGH. Ugh.
140.
And that makes him feel more miserable. Really good use of the board, though. Going 19's first on 233 is the right play.
133.
And that's an aggressive last shot.
184.
Gets him to 2-dart range. Double 12. He didn't like that one.
Game
but he does like that one.
Leg. Jim McEwen.
Beautifully done. 84 points in 3 darts. Gives him a 3-2 lead. And it looks very much like the pressure is on Matt Dennant now.
Simply gets Matt to throw first.
Just a silky smooth 15-dart leg to raise his average towards the 92 mark.
57.
He's got one maximum in this game. Make that 2.
180.
And he leads that stat now, as well as every other stat. And one of the things that
58.
you might be interested in is King of the Oki this week, which is categorized as winner of the match, most 180s and highest finish. The reason I say that is because McEwen right now is in line for that. When we have lady players here at the Live League, because we have had some over the last couple of years, the likes of Dieter Hedman, Corinne Hammond, Fallon Sherrick, Lisa Ashton. It would be Queen of the Oki, of course. But McEwen is the king so far, 172 in front, and on the cusp of 8 perfect points from 4 matches so far on Monday. And you sense it's going to be another strong week from him. Matt is one of the smartest dart players out there, but even he's caught bamboozled right now.
44.
He may have to relinquish this one. And he may have to stay on 2 points with Chris Gilliland and Gary Stone, because double 10 is calling. And double 5 is found for a 4-2 win.
McEwen.
And yet again, as he finds himself in the second position before a match, he now vaults himself back to the first position with another 95 plus average. He's just been so consistent today. The checkouts, well, there were a few misses in there, but ultimately he gave himself enough chances to get another 2 points. He's still undefeated. Next, it's going to be Josh Payne again to try and keep his number 1 position by overtaking Jim McEwen again. So, over to him against Chris Gilliland, which comes up after the break. Hello and welcome back. More action coming your way right here as Josh Payne looks to re-establish his position as first in the table. He needs a win by around 2 legs to get that position back. In fact, it's just the 1. I'm telling you, porky pies. But so far today, Josh has found himself in a very familiar position going into his matches. After winning 4 legs to 0 in his first game, he's either been in first or second position, but
First
now
leg, it's Josh to throw first.
every time
Game
he
on.
plays, he's looking to win to get back to first, which has constantly been taken from him by an undefeated Jim McEwen.
140.
He really has been good today and powerful when he's needed to be. Average-wise, he has not been as good as McEwen.
140.
But his last performance against Matthew Edgar is what I'm talking about. He didn't need to average 96 to 100. He just needed an 86 average to get over the
100.
line. So he didn't stress himself out by saying, I didn't play that well. He just got the result and moves on. And there's a lot to be said for that.
100.
I know plenty of players who would walk away from a game winning 4-0 and be devastated that they averaged 85.94.
80.
Well, 83.5 it was. In fact, I'm looking at Matthew Dennant's average from the last game. Yes, 83 is not a great average. But 4-0 is brilliant.
100.
Look at the positives, and that's something that Josh does.
$58. Chris, you
And
require
what's he going to need against
161.
Gilliland here? I'm going to leave a question mark against that because I don't think we've seen the best from Gilly today.
137. Josh
better.
require 123.
Hold on to your horses. 9.
140.
That's one of those shots
Pressure
where you purse your
required,
lips and say,
24.
ooh, that was close. Because it was. Ooh, 3.
Game shot on the first leg.
What more
Chris
can you say
Gilliland.
about that? Because if you're Josh Payne standing at the back of the room, all he can do is say, okay, fair enough. You got your 24 points, let's move on.
Second leg, it's Chris to throw first. Game on.
Nobody wants to hit 9-3. But when you do, all he can do is smile and move on.
83.
The way that Gilliland throws those darts is very interesting to me. I'd love to see them
60.
flying through the air in slow motion, in fact. Because every now and again he gets a dart to land quite upright. It's a very light dart with no real drag because of the slim flight he uses.
45.
If he was to throw those poorly, they would deviate a lot in the air.
140.
In order to throw very small flights, you have to be a very good player. You have to be a good technician. It's one of the reasons why most players use big flights, because it gives them more
100.
forgiveness.
97.
Now I'm going to pose a bit of a trivia question to all of our viewers right now, but the answer will come in the next match. And do yourself a favour.
100.
Use your brains. Don't use search engines. How many BDO or WDF ranking titles does
60.
Gary Stone have? That's your question. We'll come back to that in the next game because he will play Matthew Edgar next.
95. Joshua require 144.
He was close to the 1-2-3. He's not going to be close to the 1-4-4.
96. Christian requires 78.
That makes things tricky. But that's a guide for the bull. It's
53.
very unfortunate
Joshua
not to find it.
48.
That was such a lovely cushion. Double 8.
40.
And Payne is missing what he hasn't been missing all
Christian
day.
required 25. Game shot the second
Gilliland's
leg.
not missing.
Chris
He's
Gilliland.
taking full advantage of the somewhat small misses by Payne. 3 misses from Josh, but very little in the way of misses from Gilliland.
Third leg, it's Josh to throw first.
And even when he's missing the double, he's hitting another double to leave another double.
97.
I don't have a previous meeting between
47.
these two in the live league, so a fresh look to this one. Josh with the better average, as you can see, but more proof that averages lie. What would you rather have, a 2-0 lead or a better average? I know what I'd rather have.
$121.
Charlie's back on the mic for this one. We have 2 referees sharing the duties today.
100.
But wasn't it good to see Nick Rules on refereeing duty on Saturday night? One of the most polished referees out there, and one of the nicest people too.
100.
I hope we get to see Nick again sometime soon. And to everybody who has refereed over the last 18 months, their efforts, and of course everybody in the back room as well, their efforts are not forgotten.
136.
The scorers, people on graphics, producers, directors, and everybody involved at Live League Darts is
83.
very grateful for what they did
40.
for all of the players and everybody else during COVID.
Game shot on the third leg.
Josh will be
Josh
grateful for that
Payne.
13 darter, that's for sure, because that was a lot more polished for himself as we now go into leg 4 of this contest.
Fourth leg, it's Chris to throw first.
For all of our viewers on Sporty Stuff TV who don't know the history of the Live League,
100.
during the pandemic, a project was talked about where we could play from home with the use of smartphones, webcams, that kind of tech. We started
60.
with a feed that was purely 2 dartboards. And then we went to a split camera system like this where you could see the player and the board. And then in early 2021,
60.
we came here. And one of the strangest things to me, after all of the darts we've seen in the last 18 to 20 months, is that in the very first week,
57.
a Live League average record was set by Jason Askew in excess of 118, and it still hasn't been defeated since January. It was actually February or March of last
58.
year. People have tried, but everybody has failed. But failure is not in the vocab of Josh,
121.
Because this year he has been remarkably consistent.
$140.
He is, however, in a bit of trouble in this game. This may prove to be his biggest test today. So far.
$96.
If you have been tuning in all day long, you don't need me to remind you that the last game of Josh's day is against Jim McEwen. It could be to determine who walks away with the points
119. Josh
at the top of the table, but Josh has got work to do before we even get there.
41.
He's going to have to do it the hard way. Because you sense Gilly's not going to miss double 12. Believe it or not, that's a guide. That's not.
No score.
That's why.
Josh, you require 126.
Time to use your get out of jail free card here, Josh. On the bull.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Consider yourself out of jail and pass go and get yourself $200. Or £200, depending on which version of Monopoly you have. But that is money in the bank for Payne, who's now got the throwback.
Game on.
And realistically, should have been 3-1 down.
$60.
By the way, they don't get £200 for winning a leg. Just to clear that one up before somebody gets in touch with me.
$96. $97.
This could turn into a very different match.
44.
The signs were there. Do you remember us flashing those averages up after 2 legs? Where there was a good 8 points or more
100.
between them. You sensed that if Josh just kept the faith that maybe he could steamroll his opponent over the next 3 or 4 legs. Everybody
57.
needs a bit of good fortune now and again in a game of darts. And Josh might be using something up in this one. Because like I said, he should have been 3-1 down.
58.
He'll be happy with this position though. He's 2 trebles ahead of his Northern Irish opponent. 2 big trebles.
95.
He's recently changed his flights as well, has Josh. Same shape, same composition, but just
95.
to a new colour and design, which is very coordinated with the shirt he wears. And he's a very coordinated young man. I had a bit of a chat with Josh this morning, actually, about timepieces. It's something that we talk about quite a lot, actually.
45.
He's very much into
Josh, you require 91.
watch facts and things about that that kind of thing. He knows a lot about it, but he knows more about darts.
71.
Boy, that was a close shot at double 10.
Chris, you require 164.
Didn't really scare the 57 there.
88. Josh, you
And after being
require
2-0 down, Payne is looking for the lead for the first time.
Game shot
And his
on the
average
fifth
hasn't
leg.
changed
Josh
a great
Payne.
deal. In fact, it has come down by about a point or 2, but he has statistically been the best player throughout the game.
Sixth leg, it's Chris to throw first.
I mentioned a bit of a shout out to all of the referees over the last 18 months.
180.
How about a shout out to all the players as well? Every single player who has come here over the last 18 months. Give yourselves a pat on the back because
140.
you've all done a sterling job at quitting yourselves to your very best. It's not easy being in this room. It's very quiet. It's a very different atmosphere to playing anywhere else.
140.
Not to mention all the commentators as well. So far, the only commentator to have played is Mark
100.
Webster. That's going to change. I'm going to leave it at that. Mark Webster was very good last year as well.
88.
We haven't seen him play this year yet. I sincerely hope he will at some point, because he can still play it.
$55.
That was a good use of the board there from Josh. He didn't get the shot, but it was the right route.
$42.
I think Chris is just chastising himself a little bit there because his rhythm was a bit erratic.
140.
We've only had the one maximum in this game.
Game shot
But
on the
we've had
sixth
plenty of good
leg.
shots at
Chris
doubles.
Gilliland.
And that improves Chris Gilliland's percentage of doubles in this match to 1 in every 3, which is pretty competent. It's now like 7.
7th and final leg. It's Josh to throw first. Game on.
If Payne walks away from this game with a loss,
97.
he will not be pleased. It's been a very tough game for him, rhythmically.
$59.
He is going to struggle with that against Jim McEwen because that will be his final game of the day against the most deliberate player of this crop of players.
140.
But Josh is at that point now where he's so focused on staying undefeated today that he refuses to think that he's going to lose this match. That's a very strong mindset.
26.
And after that 26, he's going to be feeling a lot better.
$83.
Chris is going to find a victory here for his second batch of points of the day. He may need Josh to miss a real stock of doubles.
60.
And you sense that that's not going to happen. One quality that Payne and McEwen have both possessed today
100.
is the ability to get the job done and to speed up and improve as the game has gone on, particularly McEwen in that respect.
96. Josh should require 81.
Doesn't have to go 12. Just line it up, pick your double.
49.
And curiously, he leaves double 16, which he's not been doing today on purpose. He has been focusing
44. Josh should
on
require
double top a lot.
32. Game
But
shot.
he does find that
and the
double
match.
16
Josh
and
Payne.
a 4-3 victory, so he does, by that one leg, go back to the top of the table. 92.54, another steady performance from him, but there is going to be stuff needed to be found by Chris Gilliland. 81.46, that's pretty much where he's been all day long. If he is going to get himself back into this over the next day and a bit, he's going to need to find an extra 10% in my opinion. So, next we finish up round number 4, and it's going to be Gary Stone against Matthew Edgar. Remember that quiz question I told you about? How many ranking titles has Gary Stone got? We'll find out when we come back. Welcome to match 12 of our schedule for today. We do have 15 for you in total, but now we have to close off round number 4, and it will be Matthew Edgar against Gary Stone. Edgar still to get off the mark, and Gary Stone on 2 points. But a lot of his games have been very, very tight indeed. And even with just the 1 win, he does find himself in 3rd. But look at that gap between 2nd and 3rd. Payne and McEwen will play each other
Gary
next.
To throw first. Game on.
To see who has the perfect Monday. But before we go too deep in this match, the answer to our quiz question. How many ranking titles does Gary Stone possess? The answer
140.
is 1. The Swedish Classic of 2019,
100.
where he beat John Scott in the final. And I'm sure there are people out there thinking, well, didn't he win something really big back in 2012?
70.
Yes, he did. He won the Europe Cup singles in the men's division in 2012.
91.
And I would say that that title is more important to Gary than that ranking title in Sweden from 3 years ago?
100.
I'd have to ask
Gary, you
him,
require
but I'd say
170.
confidently that that Europe Cup singles title means more to him than Sweden.
42.
I'll tell you why in leg 2, and it is to do with who was in that field.
57. Gary, you require
128
128.
is a little bit easier than 134. Because most of the time,
88. Matthew,
you will have
require
an out
134.
on your first start. He wasn't afforded that because he missed the single 18.
58.
Over to
Gary,
you, Gary. You've had
require
mixed
40.
fortunes on this bed today.
$30. Matthew requires 76.
He must stop finding that single 20 on top shots. What does Edgar do?
56.
The same.
Gary, you require 10.
Rapid fire game, this one.
5.
Oh, that's just so cruel. That second dart.
Matthew require 20.
I didn't even think there was a gap there.
Game shot on the first leg.
Well,
Matthew
there is a gap
Edgar.
between the two players because Edgar has found himself winning that first leg. A leg he probably, in fact, scrap that probably, he shouldn't have won it.
Second leg, it's Matthew to throw first.
He is being tested mentally today, that's
97.
for sure. Gary Stone. 6 missed darts at double in that first leg. And he must keep the faith.
140.
Faith that he had between the 1st and the 3rd of November 2012.
54.
When he won the Europe Cup singles. And here's who he beat en route to that title. His first game,
131.
he beat one of Finland's best, Kim Viljanen, by 4 legs to 0. After that,
95.
Glenn Honor, he beat by 4 legs to 0. Can you see where I'm going with this? 2 big victories to start.
100.
In the last 32, he beat a very dangerous Oliver Ferenc of Serbia, who's a very good player. Then Roy Bailey of Northern
98.
Ireland,
Gary, you
Martin
require
Atkins of Leeds,
130.
Ulf Cedar of Finland, who has his own chant.
Game
Gary's
shot on
got
the
his own
second
leg on a
leg.
130
Gary
checkout,
Stone.
and you won't find out who he beat in the final until the start of leg 3.
Third leg, it's Gary to throw first.
Much better
Game
from
on.
Stone. A beautiful 12 darter, and not his first bullseye checkout of the day.
100.
Now, if you cast your mind back to 2012, who was world champion in
81.
2012? I know what you're thinking. Adrian Lewis was world champion in the PDC. But who was
41.
world champion in the BDO 10 years ago? It was the person who Gary Stone beat in that Europe Cup singles final
96.
in Christian Kist. That, for me, is why that title will mean more to him than the Swedish Classic
59.
3 years ago, because he beat the current world champion in the final. He didn't get any ranking points for that
58.
title, but I assure you, that medal will be hanging around his neck every now and again
55.
with pride. And anybody who's won that title or the World Cup singles,
137.
it means a lot to those players. When Jeff Smith, the great Canadian, won the World Cup singles in Japan a few years ago,
99.
he
Matthew
told me it was his
require
biggest title of his
129.
career.
$64. Gary, you require 147.
That one just came out of the hand a little bit late. But he's recovered pretty well. Oh, that's
79.
cruel. He's getting some terrible luck today. Now, I don't believe in a
Matthew
great deal of
requires
luck in this game,
65.
but if there is, Gary Stone is getting it. Double six.
53.
And
Gary
instead of being on an
requires
easy
68.
two-darter, it's a more difficult two-darter.
48.
And yet again, if
Matthew
you watch this
require
back, Gary,
12.
practice your double tops because everything's been low.
Game shot on
And
the
Edgar
third
is now in
leg.
front
Matthew
again
Edgar.
in this somewhat scruffy match to see who is going to be chasing down McEwen and Josh Payne a little bit later today.
Fourth leg, it's Matthew to throw first.
Because these two have got this match and another one to go.
60.
The best Edgar can do is 4 points. The best Stone can do is 6.
91.
And when I mentioned that Stone had been given the raw deal of the draw,
60.
what I meant was him playing McEwen and Payne with his first 2 games.
121.
And the other 2 games he's lost.
$43.
Now in the same vein as what we've talked about with the Scotsman, how about our viewers try and figure out, as we see Stone's first 180 of this match, in fact the first of the entire game, how many ranking
100.
titles
Gary require
has
109.
Matthew Edgar got? Double 18.
Game shot on the
That's more
fourth
like it.
leg. Gary Stone.
Blowing a little bit hot and cold in this one is Gary. A 130 on the bull in leg 2. A 109 in leg 4. He'll be hoping
Fifth
to
leg,
keep
it's
things
Gary
hot
to throw first.
on his own throw here in leg 5.
100.
Let's embellish on the question of Edgar.
55.
Because he doesn't have any ranking titles at the top level. So, how many challenge tours has he won?
96.
I'll leave that with you for a leg or two. He's always been known as a bit of a Q school yo-yo.
44.
But you should never question a player
180.
who was still very much in this match, but it seems to me like Gary Stone's getting his act together all of a sudden.
60.
Finding
Gary
ton plus
require
finishes, all of a sudden
125.
finding maximums.
60.
Nothing to worry about, Gary. I know that was a bad last dart.
140.
guaranteed to come back
Gary
with a
requires
lead.
65.
That's all right. Double 16.
33.
He will still be back.
$84. Gary require 32.
He's had a lot of bad fortune on double top. He hasn't been down here too often today.
16. Matthew require
And I assure you,
118.
if Edgar takes this ton plus finish, Stone will probably want to leave the room.
94. Gary requires 16.
Got to put it right this time.
Game shot on the fifth
And that
leg.
he does.
Gary Stone.
So many times you see these players hitting the outer ring when they are tapped on the shoulder by their opponent. Gary does the right thing here. First hold of the game for Gary.
Sixth leg, it's Matthew to throw first.
But as far as Matt's concerned, his
48.
technique is all his own. He does do a little bit of tutelage with some players.
121.
I remember when being a darts coach was scoffed at as if to say, you can't possibly coach darts. Yeah, it's amazing how many people are getting into it now.
59.
But when it comes to Edgar, I am a big, big fan of his. I think
81.
he's a bit of a trailblazer. He was coaching darts well before it was cool. He was a YouTuber in darts well before it was cool.
45.
And he had a work ethic that a lot of players just don't have.
140.
Never question a man who's been in 3 PDC World Championships, 3 Players' Championship finals at Minehead,
57.
and he's been in 10 UK Opens. He's got talent. And to answer the question from a little bit earlier, he's won 2 Challenge Tour events. 3 years apart. 1 in 2014 and 1 in 2017.
Game, shot.
But that is the match for Gary Stone. He was just too good in the end. And just like the 2 people at the top of the table, he found his best stuff towards the end. And he could finish the day on 6 points if he manages to find another win in his last match. You can see that the gap between the averages did tell in the end. And the checkouts, well, he had enough chances and he only got 4 out of 15, but it's still good enough for those 2 points. Everything has been leading up to this game. The start of round number 5 is going to determine who finishes the day undefeated. Will it be McEwen or Payne? Find out after the break. You don't need me to tell you that both of the players coming up in the next match have not tasted defeat yet today, but I hate to say this, guys, but one of you is about to. It's either McEwen or Payne for that right now. 8 points each, and already it's been a really good start to their Group A campaign. And without looking too much at the stats before today began, We knew that these two were going to be the heavy hitters. Two of the best players in the Live League this year. And they're proving themselves again. Only one of them can top the table going into Tuesday. And this will be their first match tomorrow as things
First
are
leg,
flipped
it's
around.
Josh to throw first. Game on.
So with that in mind, for example, if Josh Payne was to win here and win his first match tomorrow, he could open up a
65.
4-point buffer going into the late morning of Tuesday. But they both know there's a long way to go before Group A is decided. It's not coming down to this or tomorrow. It could well come down to their meeting on Wednesday or all of the stuff in between, because you can't count anybody out yet. Having said that, if Matthew Edgar does lose his final game of the day against Matt Dennant next, you may have to count him out.
42.
Let's go through the performances of these guys today then. Josh Payne started with a 4-0 victory against Matt Dennant. 91 average, 80% on doubles. Really good stuff. Then a plucky win against Gary Stone by 4 legs to 3.
59.
In fact, no maybe about it. A game he shouldn't have won. Stone missing 3 darts at double to win the match in 3 different legs. But since then, he's won 4-0 again against Edgar.
121.
And a 4-3 against Chris Gilliland, where he was severely tested. Jim McEwen has averaged more today than his opponent.
60. Josh should require
But
156.
averages don't mean a great deal when you've got the same amount of points.
$55.
I actually have those averages to hand now. Jim for the day, 97.15. Remarkable standard. Josh, 91.2, which in most other groups would probably top the table.
115.
But here
Josh
he's
should require
third.
101.
Because Gary Stone's close to 94. Josh, however, has been better on doubles.
81.
But not on this occasion.
Jim, you require 85.
Just keep it straight. Straight it is. This one's got to be pinpoint.
Game
And
shot on the
pinpoint
first leg.
it is.
Jim McEwen.
Hits the red button and takes the lead with a break of throw in the first leg. First blood to Chucky.
Second leg, it's Jim to throw first. Game on.
Jim's doubles today, 38% before that first leg, which is pretty acceptable. But he is exceptionally hard to beat. Josh may need some of the doubling prowess that he's shown today. In fact, he is so far above
100.
everybody else, percentage-wise. Before that first leg, 51.61%. That is a world-class stat after 4 matches.
$43.
They've had very differing careers, but then again, I hate to say
100.
this, but it's just part and parcel of the game. Jim is almost twice the age of Josh. But they're both on an upward curve. Josh trying to re-establish himself.
140.
And Jim's been on an upward curve pretty much since the British Classic of last year, which was his first ranking title win against Rhys Hayden in the final by 6 legs to 5. That has set a ball in motion for him, where he's not only won that ranking title, but he's also won Challenge Tour events last year as well,
98.
which has given him incredible experience.
$58. Jim, you require 80.
And he has the chance of a 2-0 lead here in match number 13 of 15 for today. A somewhat speculative effort at 2 double tops, but that was as wayward a dart as he has thrown all
40.
day long.
Josh, you require 112.
And that wasn't one of Josh's best. Maybe a little bit of tiredness kicking in this final game of the day
Jim,
for these
you
guys.
require 40.
Straight down that barrel. And
Game
straight
shot
in the bed for
Jim
that 2-0
McEwen.
lead. Every time that Josh has taken the lead in the table back from McEwen, McEwen has won the next game to get it back. This is more likely.
Third leg, it's Josh to throw first.
And one of the reasons that
100.
McEwen has averaged over 97 for the day is because he's played his best stuff in the second half of matches. He started with a 4-2 victory against Gary Stone.
85.
He was brilliant in the last couple of legs. He was excellent in the last couple of legs against Matthew Edgar as well, averaging 96. Then a 95 against Gilliland in a 4-0 victory there. And then a 4-2 victory with a very similar average of 96 against the Scholar. He's the only person today to register an average in excess of 100.
85.
And I'm very curious about that because I thought we'd get more.
$46.
One thing that these guys do have in common is that they have 2 PDC titles of note each. In McEwen's
80.
case, it's Challenge Tour titles, but Payne, it's 2 senior titles. His first title, beating James Wade in the final, and the second one, beating Peter Wright in the final.
140.
The one thing that Jim McEwen and Peter
43.
Wright have got in common,
Josh, you require 120.
they are both Scottish and are over the age of 50. So maybe Josh can do a number on 120. Oh, and you see what happened there. Crashed against his own dart. He would have been better off had that fallen on the floor.
$58. Josh, you require 35.
Did finish his previous match on double 16, so he knows where it is.
$19. Jim, you
If this
require
was Simon Whitlock, he'd be going for
150.
3 bullseyes, but I assure you, Jim McEwen's not going to do that. We did see a bullseye to finish a leg with 3 darts in hand last week from Ryan Finesse, trying to copy what Joe Cullen did in Townsville on the PDC's World
36.
Series Tour
Josh, you
from the end of
require
last week.
16.
We don't need any of that in leg 3.
Game shot on the third
That
leg.
is what we
Josh
needed.
Payne.
So Jim does retain his advantage of throw, and he has got a 2-1 lead, so this fourth leg is going to be huge.
Fourth leg, it's Jim to throw first. Game on.
Maybe not living up to the standard that we've seen from both players so far on Monday. But what it illustrates
77.
Is that someone like Josh, who likes to get on with the game, maybe the biggest test for quick players is playing someone
83.
like Jim, who is good, effective, and will not be ruffled. You will spend more time behind that player than most others. So you have to use that time creatively.
140.
You don't spend your time saying, come on, hurry up. The other player's not doing anything wrong. They can take their time if they wish.
97.
You have to manage yourself and the time that you have until your next visit. Sometimes watching your opponent is not the best thing to do.
140.
Especially when they're doing that. Josh knows he needs a max.
100.
Which would have left him a finish of 141.
144.
But it is advantage Scotland once again. Maybe look at the treble 8 now. Treble 16 is also good.
96.
And that 16 gives him options when he comes back. And based on his behaviour and tactics so far today, it will
90.
surely
Jimmy
be a
required
single
48.
8. Double 10.
Game shot on the
Very,
fourth
very
leg.
good.
Jim
15
McEwen.
darter. Takes his average to around about the 84 mark. He's a good 13 points under what he's been doing today, but he won't care. He's 3-1 up.
Fifth leg, it's Josh to throw first. $97.
It's pretty cutthroat stuff at the minute here at Live League because only one person can get through this group. And only one person can get through the week to Champions Week.
45.
And we did mention a little bit earlier on that some players may get a second chance, but they do not get a second full week.
58.
Graham Hall last week won Group A, then won on Saturday night. That's about as good as you can hope for. Some players may say to themselves on a Monday morning, look, I don't care
85.
as long as I get to Saturday night. But just imagine how you're going to feel come Saturday night if you've played 5 straight days. If you win Group A, it's 3 straight
86.
days, 2 days off, fresh for Saturday night. That's the ideal scenario for most.
$60.
Got to stay on the 20s, really.
100.
Needed to stay straight. And did. Just has to chip away while McEwen seems to have lost his range in leg 5.
90. Josh required 160. 100.
That's a good visit in the end. McEwen will be hoping for a 140 and a mistake from Payne, which would give him a chance to win the match by 4-1. Just a reminder that there was 1 leg
41.
between them in leg difference coming into this
Joshua
match.
requires 60.
If they continue to dominate this group, leg difference will come into play in a couple of days.
Game shot on the 5th leg.
Payne does not mess
Josh
around,
Payne.
and that's where we've been living in this contest. Around 18 darts most of the time, and that's exactly what we just had, an 18 darter.
6th leg, it's Jim to throw first. Game on.
It's a marathon, not a sprint. That's live league darts
43.
for you. I'm trying to think the most amount of matches you can play throughout the course of a week. So 5 on Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday, 5 on Thursday and Friday. The most you can play
100.
is 29 games in a week. That is a lot of darts. And I don't care who you are. 29 games of darts in a week is a lot.
$60.
Just going back on Josh's career, he's been winning titles since 2010, which was, and I bring this up because we talked about
100.
Gary Stone winning the Europe Cup men's title in the singles. Well, in the boys' title in 2010, it was Josh Payne who won that in Kirchheim in Germany.
96.
He also won the teams event that year, and he also won it the following year. But it was between
100.
2013 and 2018 where he's had most of his success. 3 development tour titles in 3 different seasons. And then those Players' Championship victories in 2016 and 2018.
96. $57.
Chance for McEwen. If he can convert 206 in 6, it might be enough to win this match, to have the undefeated Monday.
$100. Joshua required 144.
Take us all the way. In match 13, another one of those. It wasn't far off.
128.
This would be some way to sign
Jimmy
off
required 106.
for a Monday's play. It's still possible. Only one way left. This way.
81.
First
Joshua
match start
requires
missed.
16.
The question now remains, does he get any more?
Game shot on the 6th leg.
If he is to
Josh
get any
Payne.
more, he's going to have to find them against the throw, because Josh Payne has the throw in leg 7, but he will not have the throw when they play tomorrow.
7th and final leg. It's Josh to throw first. Game on.
By that token, that game tomorrow is harder
42.
to win for Josh because he doesn't have the darts. This game will not tell us who's going to win this group.
96.
But come maybe 45 hours time, the difference between them might only be 2
58.
points. It's very edgy stuff. I'm not going to sit here and say that this has been a classic. It has not been. But you can sense just how much both of these players want to have 10 points for the day.
$60.
The temperature is rising here at Live League Darts today. The temperature outside is rising to around about 27, 28 degrees. And when the heat starts to get in here, clammy hands are inevitable.
100.
It's the same for both players. You just have to get on with it. And if it bothers you, you have to find a way out.
46.
Just one more effort. That's what you're saying to yourself in this situation. Just a couple more scoring visits and a double. That's all I need.
100.
McEwen is first to a finish. And Payne needs 2 big trebles just to get there. And he's not going to get there.
97. Jim, you require 160.
He does have options from here, but staying straight is probably the right call.
60.
Because 3 singles leaves a 2 darter.
$80. Jim, you require
It
100.
all comes down to this. Who gets the points? Who's going to be first on Monday? 85. Wow.
80.
Did he just lay up
Josh, you require 100
from 85? With Josh on 118?
$60. Jim, you
I
require
am lost
20.
for words on that exchange. Double 5. To be top of the table after Monday.
Game,
He has
shots,
done it.
And the match.
A
Jim
somewhat
McEwen.
scratchy last leg in that contest, but boy oh boy, that whole match was categorised by that layup on 85. He went for the 60 and the 5 when Josh was on 118. That's going to take me days to get over that one. Anyway, you can see the averages reflect a very, very scrappy contest. But it's all about the fact that Jim McEwen has not lost today. That is 5 wins from 5. Josh Payne will have to settle for 4 wins from 5. But both having excellent days. We will continue to go through. And my brain is scrambled from that 118, honestly. Matthew Edgar versus Matt Dennant. So it's a battle of the mats here in game number 14. That's coming right up. Last chance for Matthew Edgar to get something from Monday, and he's up against his old pal in Matt Dennant. So the referee's got their work cut out here. It's game shot in the first leg to a Matthew, but which Matthew will it be? Jim McEwen is the star at the top of the tree. Josh Payne, a very bright bauble at number 2. Gary Stone can still be only 2 points behind Josh Payne in 3rd if he wins his last game against Chris Gilliland next. But Dennant and Edgar at the bottom of the table.
Leg, it's Matthew to throw first. Game on.
Is it a case of 4 points adrift for Edgar or 2?
140.
Whatever happens, watch out for some social media content a little bit later on.
83.
Well, all channels when it comes to Matt. He'll give you a very honest assessment of his day.
100.
He's a very confident character, as Matthew Edgar. But at the same time, he's very honest. He will not tell you that he
60.
had a day of bad luck. He will tell you exactly how he was feeling. And that's why he's got quite a lot of subscribers on his channel, actually, because
100.
people like his humour, people like his content and his point of view.
$58. Matthew require 161.
This is a much better leg. We haven't seen enough of this today. Leaving 161 or less
91.
after 9 darts, and indeed getting under 100 after 12. Because his average so far today is only 79.67.
Matthew requires 70.
Now that's one part of his game today that has been good. His doubles have been really polished, but he just hasn't had enough attempts. Seems to be fixing it here in this last game of the day for him.
Second leg, it's Matt to throw first. Game on.
Edgar's doubles percentage coming into this last game, 42.86, the second
100.
best. And considering he hasn't won any points, that tells you a bit of a story. But as far as Dennant is concerned, his daily average is 10 better than Edgar. But his doubles percentage is half of his opponent's.
100.
21.95% for Dennant. That's not going to get it done. And most of that damage was done in the first game of the day, where he missed 13 of them.
84. $56.
It is genuinely one of the most infuriating games in the world, playing steel tip darts.
81.
Because you could be throwing really well and just finding lots of shots outside the wire, just like that.
100.
That's why it's such a mental battle.
60. Matt, you require 145.
And even at this early stage, these guys are probably thinking, I'm not going to win this group. What they're going to have to do
95.
is be perfect from here, as in winning their next 11 games
59. Matt, you
and
require
hoping
50.
that the two at the top slow down dramatically. Well, if a day could be categorised in 2 darts, that was it for Dennant.
Game shot on the
And if a day could be categorised for Edgar in 3 darts, that's probably it right there. When he's at the double, he's brilliant.
Third leg, it's Matthew to throw first. Game on.
I think the referee, Charlie Corstefine, has classified them as Matthew and Matt. I quite like that.
180.
And the sheer tenacity of Edgar As if to say, I'm not leaving this place without any points. I admire that incredibly.
$100.
And I really do think that Dennant's day has been dented, no pun intended, by that first game where he
60.
missed all those darts at double. It has had an effect on him.
$140.
Just to give you a bit more insight as to who you will see later in the week. If you're just tuning in or have been tuning in over the last 60 minutes or so. Group C,
100.
we'll see the bottom 3 players from this group over the next couple of days. Joined by Aaron Beanie, who is a very close
45.
friend of Matthew Edgar's.
Carl
Hamilton and Gary Blades will join Group C as well. But as far as Group B is concerned, which will be live from 10 p.m. on Thursday and Friday night, you're going to see Dan Reed, Daryl Pilgrim and Rob Collins against the number 2 and number 3 spot from this group. When the table is finalised on Wednesday afternoon.
119.
60 tops. Not found, and Edgar is
59.
in a position he has not been in today.
57.
Looking at a 3-0 lead.
47.
This time the doubles let him down.
Matthew requires 60. Game shot on the
This
third
time
leg.
the doubles
Matt
don't
Dennant.
let Matt Dennant down. That has been the tale of his tape. If only he had done this a little bit more today, he wouldn't be in the quagmire
Fourth leg, it's
that he
Matt
seems
to
to
throw
be
first.
in here in
Game
match
on.
number 5 of Monday.
$60.
I made a point a little bit earlier on today about how a lot of the players in the 2013 Development Tour season are now either playing here at the Live League or indeed on the Pro Tour.
140.
When Matthew Dennant won his first Development Tour title in 2013, he beat a certain Max Hopp in the final,
100.
who has become the most successful German player over the last 10 years. Now, Matthew in
100.
Matt Dennant, that is. In the semi-finals, he beat a guy from Leicestershire called Gaz Cousins, who was very highly fancied at the time. Nothing seemed to have...
125.
Nothing materialised for Gaz, but the other semi-finalist in that tournament was Nathan Aspinall,
95.
who was going on to do great things. Just some of the other names from the latter end of that tournament that Matt Dennant won.
60. Matt, you require
Dirk van
106.
Duijvenbode, Ricky Evans, and Josh Payne.
Game shot on the fourth leg. Matt Dennant.
I don't think you need me to tell you, as a darts expert and commentator, that one of the keys to success for Matt Dennant this week is going to be to leave tops. He has had nowhere near as much trouble on that double as he has had on double 16 and double 8. So if you're watching this back, Matt,
55.
leave tops. Forget about 16s. Some other names from the Dev Tour during that win for Matt.
140.
How about Luke Woodhouse, Ryan Harrington, Adam Smith-Neal
60.
has gone on to be a world master since then. Roby John Rodriguez, Dimitri Vandenberg.
134.
I don't need to go into any more detail. You know what I'm getting at.
58.
It's a bit like looking at college golfers and Walker Cup members.
60.
And do they eventually go on to win on whatever golf tour they want to be on? Or whether they make a Ryder Cup team
Matt, you require 167.
Don't forget that Edgar was 2-0 up.
97.
He could well be 3-2 down in a second.
$94. Matt, you require 70.
You can never count the scholar out. He was 3-0 down to Gary Stone. He brought it back to 3-3.
On the fifth leg. Matt Dennant.
What's happening all of a sudden? Matthew Dennant's just hit double 16. Am I imagining this? No, because we've just seen an instant replay. And it's now 3-2 to the scholar after being 2-0 down.
On.
It just goes to show the resilience that this guy's got.
125.
He's got plenty of it.
$60.
In fact, I would categorise both players as resilient because of what they've been through in their respective careers.
100.
They've both got stories to tell. But stories
60.
that are very far from being told and having their last chapter.
100.
Coincidentally, that win for Matthew Dennant in 2013 on the development tour was his only youth tour win.
140.
Since then, he's gone on to win 2 challenge tour events. The same as Edgar.
100.
He's on a number that could require a tops at the end.
125. Matt, you require
Single 20,
76.
single 16, and tops. Or that for his nemesis.
60.
And it's still his nemesis.
Matthew, you require 116.
I think he would have been better off hitting a single 20 there.
100.
Edgar did not have the same
Matt,
luxury.
you require 16. Game,
And there
shot,
it is,
and
a
the
win
match.
by 4
Matt
legs to 2
Dennant.
for Matt Dennant. And you couldn't script a better way for him to finish the day on 4 points. 87.97. Well, that's the losing average. Dennant with 90 exactly, but winning the match on the double that's cost him more than anything else all day long. I think that will make him feel just a little bit better, don't you? We've got one more match for you before the end of the day. Chris Gilliland, who started things off earlier on this morning, he's going to take on Gary Stone. And Stone is looking to stay in touch with the top 2 as he currently sits on 4 points. A 6th on offer when we come back. Time to put Monday in the books with one more match remaining. Gary Stone pretty much in the box seat for this one, as he has played better than his opponent today, but that's no guarantee of success against the Northern Irishman, Chris Gilliland. Chris in 5th position can still get to 4th. 4 points and 6 behind McEwen is not out of the running, but 6 points for
First
Stone.
leg, it's Chris to throw first. Game on.
And he is very much in the running. And here's why. Because if he can win this game and his first game of tomorrow, he'll be only 2 points behind Jim McEwen before he's even thrown a dart on Tuesday.
100.
The fixtures are reversed on Tuesday. So whatever the first match of today was, that will be the last.
140.
This is where having the last game of Monday really pays off. If you can win it, and if you can get the
100.
same result the following morning. It's a bit like having a game in hand in the Premier League
95.
table. It's really appealing to have it, but when you've got it, you've got to win it.
$125.
As for Chris's day, he has averaged 84.99,
96.
which is below his best. His doubles at 31%, which is below his usual standard here at the Live League. But this is a particularly tricky group.
100. Gary, you require 170.
Fancy it, Gary?
123.
I'm almost surprised he missed it.
Chris,
He's
you
already
require
had
76.
2 bullseye checkouts today. Double 8. And
Yeah,
Gilly
he's shown
takes
the
the lead
first leg.
with a
Chris
$14
Gilliland.
hold. Not without a little bit of a scare, though.
Second leg, it's Gary to throw first.
We've talked a bit about ranking titles for some of these players today, and most of them do have a ranking title.
100.
Talked about Gary's Swedish Masters title, or Swedish Classic title from 2019. As for Gilly, he hasn't really got a title of note yet.
125.
Played in the World Championship in the BDO in 2018. That was my first look at him.
60.
He lost out to Justin Thompson on that occasion. A somewhat scrappy game. But since then, he's played a little bit more.
100.
Played in 3 World Masters in consecutive years in 2016, 17 and 18. Best effort was the last 128.
81.
And he, like Gary, has played for his country on many occasions. And in singles competition, his best effort was
140.
the last 32 of the Europe Cup singles back in 2018. So what Gilliland is trying to do here at the Live
100.
League is
Chris, you require
hone his
136.
craft against some very seasoned talents.
$96. Gary, you require
I
80.
think Stone needs this. And he's going tops again.
Yeah, he's shot the second leg.
Well, that's the
Gary
second time he's
Stone.
done that today. The first time, he got the first tops, but missed the second one. This time, 2 pure shots, no
Third
collisions,
leg, it's Chris to
and
throw
it's 1-1.
first. Game on.
Pick the bones out of it as much as you want. You can tell me as much as you want that it's a sensible shot. I won't believe you.
140.
It looks great when you hit it, but logically, for me, it doesn't make sense.
91.
sitting in this chair, though, I love to see it. It's very entertaining. It would be even better if it was 3 double tops,
140.
which I do believe has only been done once here at the Live League in the last 18 months.
60.
And it was a Scotsman who did it. Greg Ritchie, the diminutive player from southeast Scotland, had 3 double tops. I think it was around about 2 weeks after, or possibly even less time than that,
85.
after Jose de Sousa did it at the Premier League. He had a crack at it and he hit it.
$100. Chris, you require 136.
So far, this one seems to be going on through.
58.
Things could change if Stone finds a second maximum, though.
100.
Bare minimum.
Chris, you require 78.
What a beautiful dart that is. 2 6s.
72. Gary,
Wow,
require
where does Stone go here?
150.
What does he fancy? He didn't fancy the Whitlock route then. So
45.
2 double tops makes sense, but 3
Chris, you
bulls does
require
not.
6.
That's where he draws the line, you see.
Game shot.
And that line is drawn
Chris
right
Gilliland.
through the middle of that double 3. What a beautiful shot that was. Pure dart from Gilliland to give himself a 2-1 lead here.
Fourth leg, it's Gary to throw first. Game on.
I didn't know as well that Chris Gilliland
100.
had been around for so many years. I didn't realise he'd been playing top-level darts for about 6 years, or maybe a little bit more than that, but he's probably part of what we'd call
60.
the Brendan Dolan effect, where Northern Irish darts has probably never been more buoyant than it is now. Dolan, obviously
100.
a title winner this year and last year in the PDC circuit. And you've got other Northern Irish talents, the likes of Josh Rock, Darryl Gurney, Nathan Rafferty.
140.
I don't think Northern Irish darts has ever been this successful
91.
on the whole. If you aren't aware, of course,
100.
Josh Rock, one of the young stars of the game, put in the biggest average of the entire year anywhere recorded recently at a Pro Tour event, in excess of
85.
121. He threatened a world record at one point. Just fell short, but yeah, that's pretty mean stuff.
58.
Only one average
Gary,
today in
require
3 figures. That was Jim
125.
McEwen against Gary Stone. Oh, how does he find this?
100.
I really wanted him to hit that,
Chris, you require
because that would have been such an
143.
accurate shot.
$89. Gary, you require 25.
Ooh, well, that's 7 left. Double 2.
21.
All scuppered by that single
Chris, you
18.
require 54.
Things may be getting a little bit squiffy now for Gary Stone, because that single 14 is in. And so
Being
is
shot
that
on the
double
fourth
top.
leg. Chris
This is a
Gilliland.
proper performance all of a sudden from Gilly. So far today, he's not been averaging his best around 85, but this is 15 better than that.
Fifth leg, it's Chris to throw first. Game on.
There you see the proof. Again, Gary Stone averaging well, but not winning. In fact, that's not that far away from what he's averaged today. 93.55 before this game began. And as far as the whole year is concerned, before today's play began, Gary Stone was the highest in overall average for all players who had played.
100.
94.42 over 17 matches. And he has maintained that level of play so far on Monday.
60.
But he might just walk away with 4 points. The head
97.
is hung from the Scotsman. He knows he's very close to walking away with the same amount of points as his opponent
140.
today.
Christian required 170.
And what's more, he might overtake him in the leg difference as well. What a way to finish the session.
145.
Fine try. We're talking about potentially a 6-leg swing. Stone would go to -3. Gilliland would go to -1.
Christian required 25.
And this is for that to be the case. Double 12.
$19.
And that's the second time in this game
Gary
he's missed 12s and 6s.
71.
Skin saver.
51.
That has been his nemesis today. I can't
Christian
remember him hitting
requires
double top
6.
a lot on combinations. I can remember Gilliland hitting double 3.
Game,
And he's done it
shots,
twice
and the match.
to get himself a
Chris
4-1
Gilliland.
victory. And he does overtake Stone in the table. 94.42 for Stone. Yet again, just maintaining that really good level throughout the day, but only 4 points for him. A best performance of the day for Gilliland. Well done to him. 40% on the checkouts, and he goes away from Monday with a smile. Let's have a little look at the table then. It's Gilliland who goes to 3rd. Stone will have to settle for 4th. Edgar at the bottom, but it's all about McEwen getting a 10-point perfect day. A great performance from him. There is more to do tomorrow. Don't forget that 9:30 AM will be our call time for Tour the Hockey. Don't miss that. Live on Sporty Stuff TV. I've been the Asset Paul Nicholson. I'm signing out for now. Take care. Have a great Monday and see you tomorrow.